Good evening, my dear friend. I hope this night finds you safe and at peace. Thank you for stopping by this little corner of calm. If these quiet stories bring you warmth or help you rest a little easier, please subscribe to the channel so every evening we can share another gentle moment together. A cup of stillness, a word of hope, a reminder that you are never alone. Tonight, let me tell you a story about faith, the kind that whispers instead of shouts, the kind that meets you not in a sermon, but in a sigh, a candlelight or a breath that finally slows down. The quiet hour of the night. Outside, the day has folded itself away. The last trace of sunlight lingers on the windowsill, a faint gold line trembling against the glass before it disappears. Inside the small room, there's only the hum of an old clock and the soft crackle of a wooden chair shifting under a tired body. An old man sits by the window, his hands resting on a closed Bible. He doesn't read tonight, his eyes are heavy. He just lets the weight of the book rest in his palms the way one might hold a sleeping bird, gently, afraid to wake it. The street outside is quiet now. A dog barks once, then settles. Somewhere a church bell marks the passing of 9. The world exhales. He thinks of the years, the long roads, the mornings filled with work and noise, and the nights that felt too silent to bear. Yet tonight the silence feels like a friend. He no longer rushes to fill it with words. He knows somehow that God speaks best when man finally stops talking. On the small table beside him sits a cup of tea, long gone cold. He watches the faint steam still rising, and he smiles because it reminds him of prayer. How even when our words grow cold, their essence lingers in the air before God. A breeze slips through the cracked window. It carries the scent of rain on stone, and for a moment he remembers the field where he used to walk after storms. Boots sinking into the soft ground, the sky washed clean, every puddle a mirror. He remembers lifting his eyes to the heavens then, not asking for anything, just thanking God for being there at all. A moth lands on the lampshade. Its wings tremble against the warm glow. He whispers half to himself, half to the room. Even the smallest creature finds its light. He wonders if that is all faith really is, finding where the light still lives and resting there. The clock ticks. The old man breathes in deeply, and in the rhythm of his breath he feels something sacred, the nearness of a presence that has watched every sunrise of his life and will be there for every dusk that remains. He closes his eyes. In that moment there are no requests, no regrets, only gratitude, quiet and steady. It feels like a prayer that has no words, only warmth. If anyone were to pass by the window, they would see nothing remarkable, just an old man, a cup, a book and a flickering lamp. But heaven sees a different scene, a heart at peace, a soul resting in its maker's hands. The night deepens. Outside, the wind hums softly through the trees. It sounds almost like a hymn, low, gentle, repeating itself in a language only the heart understands. The old man finally opens his Bible, not to study but to touch the page. His finger stops at a verse he knows by heart. Be still and know that I am God. He smiles because after all these years, he finally understands that stillness is not emptiness. It is God's way of sitting beside us. And as the light dims, the story of the night begins, not with words, but with a whisper of grace that settles like dust on a quiet soul. The voice of stillness. The rain has begun to fall, softly at first, a patient tapping upon the window pane, like someone knocking without urgency, as if to ask permission to come in. The old man listens. He doesn't move to close the window. He lets the air drift through, cool and wet, carrying the smell of earth and the sound of water finding its way home. On the shelf near the lamp lies a photograph, a woman in a blue dress, smiling, one hand resting on his arm. She's been gone for many years, yet he speaks to her sometimes in the evenings, not aloud, only in thought. You'd laugh at me now, sitting here counting raindrops. He imagines her laughter, light as the rain itself. It fills the room more kindly than any music could. He leans back, letting the rhythm of the rain match the rhythm of his breathing. Each drop seems to say something, not in words, but in meaning. It tells him that God does not always answer with thunder. Sometimes the answer is the sound of rain, simple, constant, and enough. He remembers a night long ago when he shouted into the sky, demanding that God explain the unfairness of life. There had been no reply then, only silence, thick enough to hurt. But now in this quiet age of his life he understands. Silence was not absence. Silence was God's arm around his shoulders, steadying him until the storm within had passed. A log settles in the small fireplace. Sparks rise, then fade. He takes a sip of tea that has gone cold again. It no longer matters. Taste is not the point tonight. It is the warmth he seeks. The warmth of knowing he is still watched over, still loved, even in the slow fading of his days. He thinks about how much of faith is waiting, waiting for morning, waiting for a prayer to find its answer, waiting for the courage to forgive, waiting for the heart to quiet down. And he smiles because waiting too is a kind of worship. It is how the soul learns patience, how it learns to trust that the seed beneath the soil is alive even when unseen. The rain deepens. It rushes along the gutter. It gathers in tiny rivers at the edge of the road, and he imagines them all meeting somewhere far away, joining a greater flow that the eye cannot follow. Perhaps our prayers are like that, he thinks. Small streams finding their way to a vast mercy. He reaches for his coat and drapes it across his knees. The fabric smells faintly of pine and smoke. He closes his eyes and listens again. The world outside has grown blurred and kind. Somewhere down the street, a child laughs in the dark. That high, sudden sound that makes the heart ache with tenderness. He can't see the child, but he thanks God for the laughter all the same. When he opens his eyes, the lamp flickers. He watches the flame dance and realizes that even the flame, though small, never stops trying. It trembles, it bends, but it keeps its shape. Perhaps that is what faith looks like. Not a fire that conquers, but a light that simply refuses to go out. He whispers then, almost without realizing it, Lord, teach me to hear you, not only in words, but in everything that breathes. It is not a request for miracles, only for awareness, that delicate kind of hearing that notices how grace hides inside ordinary things. A creak of the floor, a drip from the roof, a heartbeat that keeps time with the rain. Minutes slide by like soft cloth. The house feels wrapped in peace. He wonders if anyone else is awake in the neighborhood, or if he is the only one left keeping vigil with the night. But then he remembers the unseen company, angels that walk quietly, souls who pray without knowing they are praying, and a God who never sleeps. He is not alone. He never was. When the rain begins to ease, he rises slowly, joints stiff but willing. He closes the window halfway, leaving just enough space for the night air to stay. The smell of wet earth fills the room. He looks again at the photograph. The woman's smile seems brighter now, as if she too has been listening to the rain. He touches the frame gently. "Good night," he says. Then more softly, "Good night, Lord." The lamp hums. Outside, the last drops fall like blessings. They tap upon the sill and roll away into darkness, each one a small amen. He sits once more, not because he has something left to say, but because he wants to stay inside this peace a little longer. The silence no longer frightens him. It is no longer empty. It has become a language he understands. And in that stillness, something quiet but real stirs inside him. The sense that God, patient and kind, is teaching him a new way to pray. Not with many words, but with one steady heartbeat that says, "I'm here." He closes his eyes, letting the soft breath of the night carry him. There will be another sunrise, another day to begin again, but for now, this is enough. If these quiet stories bring you peace, stay with us. Subscribe, and each evening we'll meet again in the stillness. The door of grace opens. Morning drifts into the room like a slow tide. The rain has stopped, leaving behind a faint perfume of wet earth and lilac. Light rests on everything. The table, the worn Bible, the empty chair across from him, as if grace itself has taken shape and settled there to wait. The old man rises carefully, one hand on the wall for balance. He moves through the house as if walking through memory. Each creak of the floorboard reminds him that the world is still turning, that life, even in its quietest form, still hums with purpose. He opens the door to the garden and a thin beam of sun touches his face. The yard is simple. A few rose bushes, a bench that leans slightly to one side, and a bird bath half filled with rainwater. But this morning, everything seems touched by gold. The roses glisten, and the water in the bird bath ripples like a mirror that has just woken up. He stands there for a while, letting the sunlight warm his skin. He doesn't rush to begin the day. He lets the day begin him. A small sparrow lands nearby, its feathers puffed and trembling from the cold. He watches as it hops toward a crumb of bread left from yesterday. He smiles. "Help yourself," he murmurs. The bird pecks once, twice, then flies to the fence and sings, a thin, bright note that pierces the still air. And in that song he hears something holy, not a hymn, not a psalm, just life alive again. He thinks about how grace often enters the world this way, not with trumpets but with wings. It doesn't ask permission. It simply lands where there's room. Perhaps that's why God keeps teaching him to open doors, to keep a bit of space uncluttered in his heart, so that goodness can find a place to rest. Inside, the kettle begins to whistle. He steps back through the doorway, carrying the scent of morning with him. Steam rises, curling into shapes that vanish before he can name them. He pours the tea, adds a single spoon of honey, and watches the golden swirl dissolve. So many things, he thinks, become sweeter only when they're stirred. At the corner of the table lies a letter, creased, yellowed, unopened. He knows what it is. A letter from a friend he once quarrelled with long ago. He had kept it but never dared to read it. For years, pride had sealed more than the envelope. But now, under the morning light, the paper looks fragile, almost pleading. He takes a breath, slides a finger beneath the flap, and unfolds the page. The handwriting trembles across the lines. "I'm sorry, my brother. I hope one day we can sit again and talk about nothing." That's all it says. Simple, human, enough. The old man sits down, the letter trembling slightly in his hand. He realizes that forgiveness too is a door, and grace has been knocking on it for years. He whispers, "Lord, I waited too long." But even as he says it, he feels no accusation, only warmth, the kind that says, "You are home now." He closes his eyes, imagining his friend somewhere under the same sky, perhaps also feeling a sudden peace without knowing why. Maybe that's how grace travels, quietly, from heart to heart, without need for permission or explanation. A breeze moves through the open window. It brushes the curtain aside, letting the light touch the letter in his hands. He lifts it slightly, as if to show it to heaven, then places it beside his Bible. For the first time in many years, the room feels complete. Not because everything has been fixed, but because nothing needs to be. He finishes his tea, sets the cup down, and listens again to the sparrow outside. The world is simple, and that simplicity is sacred. He takes a slow breath, filling his chest with sunlight and forgiveness. It feels like a prayer, though no words are spoken. When he finally closes the door, he doesn't lock it. He leaves it slightly ajar, just enough for grace to come and go as it pleases. And for a moment, he imagines every heart on earth as a door like this, some closed, some open, some waiting for a gentle hand to turn the knob. He looks once more at the letter, then at the light spilling across the floor. He nods, as if to say thank you to the one who keeps forgiving even the smallest of our stubbornness. Outside, the sparrow sings again. Inside, an old man smiles, and the door, the one that matters most, has opened at last. If this quiet story touched something in you tonight, I'd be grateful if you'd subscribe so we can share another gentle evening together soon. The light in a small room afternoon settles slowly, as if the sun itself were a little tired. Golden light drifts through the lace curtains, turning the dust in the air into floating stars. The old man sits at his desk near the window. A notebook lies open before him, a pencil resting across the page. He's not written anything yet, he isn't sure he will, but he likes the feeling of readiness, the quiet promise that a blank page makes. Outside, children's laughter drifts from the far end of the street. A boy's voice calls to another. A ball bounces once, twice, and then the sound fades into the warmth of the day. He listens with a faint smile. There was a time when such sounds made him feel lonely. Now they make him feel included, as though life has not forgotten to breathe just beyond his walls. He looks around the small room. The shelves lean under the weight of years. Old hymnals, faded letters, a broken clock that stopped long ago. Nothing is in perfect order, yet nothing feels wrong. He realizes that the room mirrors his heart. A little worn, a little uneven, but filled with things that have survived time. On the desk sits a candle. He lights it, even though daylight still fills the space. The flame wavers and then steadies, casting a trembling halo against the wall. He has always loved the way a candle holds both light and fragility at once. It reminds him that strength is not always loud. Sometimes it flickers. He takes the pencil and begins to write. The words are not planned. They arrive like guests who don't need to knock. Thank you for small rooms, he writes, where big love can still fit. Then he pauses, realizing that he has just written a prayer without meaning to. He chuckles softly. So much of prayer, he thinks, happens by accident, when gratitude slips out before pride can close the door. He writes again, "Today I saw forgiveness in sunlight." He stops. What did he mean? Perhaps it's that light enters every window it can, no matter how narrow, and does not ask whether the room deserves it. Maybe grace works the same way, entering wherever there's a crack of openness. A knock sounds at the door. It's the neighbor's granddaughter, a girl of 8, holding a jar of plum jam. Her grandmother sends it every summer. He takes it carefully, as if it were something sacred. "Tell her thank you," he says. The girl nods, shy but proud, her braid catching the light like a thread of gold. He finds a peppermint in his pocket and offers it to her. She beams and runs off before he can say another word. When the door closes, the house feels larger, not emptier, larger, because kindness always expands a space. He places the jar beside the candle, two small gifts shining side by side. The afternoon stretches on. A faint hum of bees floats through the window. He writes a few more lines, simple ones about the garden, the rain, the sparrow. No one will read them. They are not meant for that. They are his way of speaking to God through the ordinary, the slow language of attention. He rises to stretch. Sunlight touches the floorboards, and he traces its shape with his slippered foot like a child playing with shadows. The scent of honey and paper fills the room. He feels suddenly grateful for this little world that fits within four walls, yet holds the sky. As the sun begins to lower, the candle's light grows braver. He watches the two lights meet, the golden one fading, the small one beginning its watch, day and night exchanging their duties in perfect peace. He thinks of all the people who might be sitting in rooms just like this one. A widow folding a letter, a man staring at a photograph, someone whispering a name in prayer. All of them carrying light, each in their own fragile vessel. He sits again, folding his hands loosely over the notebook. He doesn't need to add more words. The moment itself is complete. He knows now that holiness can live in small rooms, that love doesn't need space. It only needs sincerity. He closes his eyes, and for a while there is only the sound of his breathing, slow, steady, and grateful. Outside, dusk gathers like a shawl around the houses. A church bell rings somewhere far away, its tone soft, almost tired, as if it too has lived a long, gentle day. He lets the sound wash through him. It feels like an embrace stretched across the town. Before blowing out the candle, he whispers, "Thank you for light, even when it's small." The flame bends once, glows brighter, and fades. The room darkens but does not feel dark. It holds a glow the eye cannot see, the quiet kind that stays in the heart long after evening has fallen. If this story brought calm to your heart, you're welcome to subscribe and join me again tomorrow night, where another small light will be waiting for you. The visitor at dusk evening drapes itself over the town, like a shawl woven of violet and gold. The roofs shimmer for a moment before surrendering to shadow, and the air grows still, the kind of stillness that makes you listen for something more than sound, for meaning. The old man sits by the window again. The candle from yesterday has burned low, its wax pooled like melted moonlight at the base of the glass. He hums quietly, almost unconsciously, a hymn that his mother used to sing when he was small. Soft words about rivers of mercy and hands that never let go. The melody wavers but never breaks. Outside, footsteps crunch on the gravel path. He looks up, surprised. Few people visit him at this hour. Through the fading light, he sees a figure at the gate. A man in a worn coat holding his hat to his chest. The stranger hesitates before calling, "Good evening, sir. I hope I'm not intruding." The old man opens the door, and dusk itself seems to follow the visitor inside. "Come in," he says with a gentle nod. "I was just keeping company with the quiet." The stranger smiles, a tired, grateful smile. He smells faintly of rain and long roads. "I was walking," he explains, "and saw your light. My car broke down near the crossroads. I wondered if I might borrow your phone." "Of course." The old man points toward the small table by the lamp. "Sit down, please. You look like you've been traveling since morning." The younger man laughs softly. You could say that, travelling and thinking too much. He dials a number, waits, then sighs. No signal. Seems I'll have to wait until it returns. That's all right, the old man says. Waiting is good practice for the soul. He pours a cup of tea and sets it before the guest. Steam curls upward like prayer. For a while, neither speaks. They simply listen to the kettle ticking as it cools, to the crickets beginning their nightly choir, to the hush that wraps the world after a long day's labour. The visitor breaks the silence first. Do you ever feel, he asks, that life slows down just to make you remember what matters? The old man smiles. All the time, but it took me many years to notice. He leans back, studying the stranger's face in the candlelight. There's worry there, not just about a broken car, but something heavier. You look like someone carrying a story, he says softly. The younger man hesitates, then with a small nod begins to speak. My father passed away last month. We weren't on good terms. I came back to clear the house, but his voice trails off. I found an old Bible by his bed. Inside it, a letter addressed to me. He wrote that he prayed for me every night, even when we weren't speaking. The old man listens without interruption. The candlelight trembles between them. After a moment, he says, Love is stubborn like that. It keeps knocking even when the door stays closed. The visitor lowers his head. I didn't answer in time. The old man's eyes soften. Grace has no clock, he whispers. It's always on time. Just later than we expect. The younger man laughs quietly, the kind of laugh that turns into a sigh. I don't know why I stopped here tonight, he says. Maybe I just needed to hear that. Then perhaps that's why your car broke down, the old man answers, and both smile. They talk a while longer, about roads, about fathers, about how forgiveness sometimes walks beside us before we realize who it is. Outside, night deepens. Stars appear, their faint shimmer mirrored in the cooling tea. When at last the phone signal returns, the visitor arranges for a tow. He stands at the door, reluctant to leave. Thank you, he says, for more than the tea. The old man nods. Safe travels, son, and when you reach home, open that letter again. Words written in love never stop speaking. The visitor steps out into the night. The gravel crunches once more, then silence. The old man watches until the figure disappears beyond the bend of the road. He feels no loneliness, only fullness, as though the room has been blessed by presence. He sits again by the candle. Its flame, though small, seems brighter now, as if it has heard every word and approved. He whispers, Thank you for visitors I did not expect. Outside, a single star glimmers through the thin veil of cloud. He knows it will soon be joined by thousands more. And somewhere on the dark road ahead, a man drives home with peace quietly unfolding in his chest. The old man closes the door, leaving it unlocked as always. The night air follows him in, cool, forgiving, alive. He blows out the candle, and the room keeps its glow long after the flame has gone. If this story warmed a quiet corner of your heart, subscribe and stay close. Tomorrow night another gentle light will be waiting. The bench by the river morning opens with the smell of damp grass and river mist. The path behind the old man's cottage winds downward through reeds and willow trees until it meets the slow-moving water. He walks there each day, steady but unhurried, cane tapping softly against the stones. Birdsong rises around him like a prayer too early for words. The river is always different and always the same. Some mornings it runs quick and silver, other days it glides like glass, keeping its secrets. He has a wooden bench there, nothing grand, a little crooked from the years, but it fits him. It faces east where the sun climbs out of the mist. He sits, breathes, and waits for the light to arrive. When the first beam breaks the water, it paints a golden road across the surface. He thinks of all the roads he has taken in life, some straight, some wandering, and how somehow they all led here. He once believed faith was a mountain to be climbed. Now he knows it is a river to be trusted. You don't conquer it. You follow where it leads. A small heron lifts from the far bank, wings slow and deliberate. Its reflection trembles on the water like a soul half in heaven, half still on earth. He watches until it disappears beyond the bend. The stillness it leaves behind is not empty. It hums with presence. He closes his eyes. The air tastes of dew and silt. Somewhere, a fish breaks the surface, one quick circle widening outward, fading to calm again. That circle, he thinks, is how love works. One heart touched and the ripples reach farther than sight can follow. A memory drifts to him, soft as fog. It is of his father long ago, standing at this same river with a boy's small hand in his own. The old man can still hear his father's voice. Listen to the water, it tells you things without words. He had not understood then, but now, after so many seasons, he finally does. The river speaks of patience, of constancy, of grace that flows even when unseen. He leans forward, elbows on his knees. A boat passes slowly, its motor barely a murmur. Inside, a man and woman sit side by side, silent but content. He lifts a hand to wave. They wave back, smiles flickering in the bright morning. For a brief moment, strangers become companions on the same journey. The boat drifts on, its wake brushing the reeds like a blessing. He opens the small notebook he carries everywhere now. On the first page are yesterday's lines. Thank you for small rooms where big love can fit. Today he writes, thank you for wide waters where my worries can dissolve. The pencil shakes slightly, but the words land true. He tears the page carefully and lets it fall into the river. The current takes it, folding it gently under, carrying it toward places he will never see. A breeze stirs. Leaves whisper against one another. The sound of conversation between friends who have known each other a long time. He feels the sun slide higher, warming the top of his head. His heart answers the warmth with its own quiet pulse. He whispers, still here, still yours. For a while he simply watches. A family of ducks glides past, the smallest one lagging behind. He leans forward instinctively as if his concern could push it closer to safety. The mother turns, waiting, and the duckling catches up. The old man smiles. The scene is a sermon, gentle and wordless. Love waits. That is what it does. He thinks of the visitor from last night, the young man with eyes full of sorrow. He wonders if the car was fixed, if the road home was kind. He prays, not in phrases, just in feeling, that the man carries peace wherever he goes. Some prayers, he's learned, are simply good wishes wrapped in hope. God understands them all the same. He picks up a smooth stone from the bank, turns it over in his hand, feeling the coolness, the weight. He whispers the name of someone he once hurt, and then releases the stone into the water. The splash is small, the silence afterward enormous. He imagines forgiveness spreading outward like those ripples again. When the sun climbs higher, he knows it's time to head home. He stands slowly, brushing the dust from his coat. The bench creaks a soft farewell. He promises to return tomorrow. He always does. As he begins the walk back up the path, he glances over his shoulder. The river glitters like a mirror that reflects heaven upside down. He smiles. Perhaps that's the truth of faith. We live beneath it, yet we see it shining in the water. The cottage roof appears through the trees. He can already smell the faint sweetness of jam from yesterday's gift. Inside, there will be tea, maybe a nap, and the comforting thought that the world has not run out of beauty. Before he leaves the river fully behind, he murmurs, "Thank you for water that listens, for mornings that begin again." Then he turns toward home, the rhythm of his steps matching the steady murmur of the current below. If this quiet journey brings you peace, subscribe and walk with me again tomorrow. The river will still be waiting. The letter in the drawer. By late afternoon, the house grows thoughtful. Light slants across the floorboards, making long, quiet shapes that inch toward the door as the day leans into evening. The old man decides to tidy the desk, not to conquer the whole thing, just one drawer. He has learned to choose small tasks that let the soul breathe. The drawer sticks a little the way old things do. When it gives, the scent of cedar and paper rises, the smell of time kept safe. Inside lie the ordinary treasures of a life: a coil of twine, 2 buttons that never found their coats, stamps with edges like lace, a fountain pen that once believed itself important. He smiles. He takes everything out and arranges it on the desk, as if setting the places at a table. At the back, under a brittle envelope of pressed leaves, he finds a letter addressed in his own hand. He knows the shape of the writing, careful loops that try not to shake. The envelope is sealed. The date in the corner belongs to a winter many years ago. He remembers the night he wrote it. Wind knocking at the windows. Pride knocking at his heart. He had poured out everything and then, exhausted, tucked the letter away instead of sending it. For a long moment he simply holds it as if paper can feel the warmth of regret. Then, with a breath, he breaks the seal. The page opens on a voice he barely recognizes, his own but younger, wearing hard shoes. "My brother," it begins, "I cannot find easy words. I keep choosing what hurts instead of what heals. Forgive my stubbornness. If you ever wish to talk, I will come. No defenses, only hands open." The old man sits back. Even now the words return like a tide he once refused. His brother is gone. That road is closed in the way roads sometimes are. But as he reads, the room does not fill with sorrow. It fills with a mild, unexpected mercy, as if the letter has finally found the person it was meant to heal. He places the page on his lap and looks out the window. The sky is the color of cool porcelain. A cloud breaks, and a square of light falls neatly onto the desk, a benediction shaped like a window pane. He thinks of how many apologies arrive late, yet still arrive. Perhaps time is not a locked door, but a long hallway, and grace has a key to every room. He takes the fountain pen, wonders if it still has ink, and finds that it does. A thin blue line that trembles but continues. On the back of the old letter he writes, "Thank you for teaching me even now. I am sending this forgiveness forward." He sets the pen down and lets the words dry in the open air. Memories come with their own weather. He sees 2 boys on a riverbank, mud on their shins, arguing about a toy boat until laughter wins. He sees 2 men at a kitchen table, the same eyes older, silence thick between them, like steam on winter glass. He lifts the letter again. "Peace, brother," he whispers. The whisper feels like prayer that has learned to walk softly. From the street below, a bicycle bell rings, bright, unafraid. The neighbor girl rushes past with a long loaf of bread tucked under her arm like a violin. He thinks of sharing and of hunger that isn't only of the body. He rises, cuts 2 slices from yesterday's loaf, and sets them by the window for the birds. The smallest gestures, he has learned, are the surest bridges. Back at the desk, he gathers the drawer's contents. The twine becomes a neat circle. The stamps return to their paper sleeve. The fountain pen lies like a promise along the edge. He smooths the old letter flat and slips it into a fresh envelope, not to send, but to keep where he can see it when he forgets who he wants to be. On the front, he writes, "For the days when pride knocks, the light changes again, the way rooms breathe when clouds drift. Dust turns to slow snow in the golden beam. He watches the motes rise and fall, a small universe practicing resurrection. Without meaning to, he says, 'Thank you,' not to anyone in particular and to someone in particular, both at once." He hears the kettle begin to think about boiling in the kitchen. While water warms, he sets a saucer on the desk and places the envelope on it, as if a letter could be served like tea, dainty and dignified. He laughs at himself, quietly. Age has made him tender with his own oddities. Perhaps tenderness is the last and best wisdom. The kettle sighs. He pours, adds honey, and waits for the steam to fade so the room can be seen clearly again. On the wall hangs a small cross carved from olive wood, a gift from a friend who once walked where ancient prayers were first spoken. The cross has darkened with time, touched by hands that needed somewhere to rest. He doesn't touch it now. He simply lets his eyes rest there, and that is enough. He thinks of people he can still write to while the door is open and the day is kind. A cousin in another town, a neighbour who lost her husband last spring and is taken to watching the moon as if it were a clock that keeps the hours of grief. He draws a fresh sheet from the notebook. "Dear Anna," he begins, "I walked by the river this morning and thought of how water learns the banks and the banks learn the water. I'm still learning kindness slowly. If you ever wish for company on your evening walk, knock at my door." He writes another shorter note to a friend he hasn't seen in years. "Your laugh would improve this street." He smiles. Sometimes a healing begins with one line that doesn't try to be wise. When the tea is half gone and the letters stand like small tents on the desk, a crease of shadow slides across the room. Dusk is near. He returns the tidy bundle to the drawer, then pauses with the envelope marked "For the days when pride knocks." Instead of hiding it, he pins it gently to the corkboard on the wall where the sun will find it in the mornings. Some lessons should not be kept in the dark. He opens the window a little wider. Cool air comes in and the curtain breathes. A blackbird calls from the chimney of the opposite house, 3 notes that sound like a greeting passed between evenings. He answers without thinking, "I hear you," and realizes he means it for more than birds. He means it for anyone whose apology came late, for anyone who wrote and never sent, for anyone who is ready now. He carries the 2 stamped envelopes to the hallway table by the door. Tomorrow he will walk to the postbox beside the grocer's, where the window always smells of oranges. He imagines the red pillar swallowing his small white offerings, then carrying them along routes he will never see until they knock softly on the right doors. It comforts him to think that goodness still travels. Standing in the doorway, he looks back at the room. The desk is simpler, the drawer lighter, the air somehow easier to breathe. He whispers, "It's enough," and finds that it is. He turns the key, no, not to lock, only to make sure the door opens smoothly. He leaves it as always, closed but not shut, latched but willing. In the kitchen, he rinses the cup. Water runs clear and cold over his fingers. He thinks of rivers again, and of forgiveness flowing forward through people who never meet. He lets the tap sing for a few seconds, longer than needed just to hear it, just to be accompanied. Night will come soon with its dependable softness. He will light a candle. He will sit by the window and listen for footsteps on gravel. Real or remembered, it doesn't matter. He has letters to mail, prayers to fold around names, and a drawer that no longer keeps secrets from his better self. He carries the saucer back to the desk, lifts the envelope meant for pride, and smiles. If pride knocks tonight, he will answer with open hands. He feels younger by an hour and older by a kindness. Both are good. Outside, the first star appears. He does not make a wish. He gives thanks. Then he settles into the chair by the window where the day ends gently and the next one is already beginning in a place he cannot see but trusts. If these quiet evenings help your heart to rest, you're welcome to subscribe and return. There will always be light in the drawer and a story on the desk. The candle and the storm. That night, the wind began before the darkness fully settled. It crept through the trees, testing every branch, rattling the shutters as though asking permission to enter. The old man set a match to a candle and placed it on the table. The small flame shivered, then steadied, a single golden eye holding back the dark. He had known many storms in his life, real and otherwise. This one was only weather, but it stirred memories of others, nights of anger, years of silence, the tempests of loss that shake the heart more than any thunder ever could. He smiled at the thought that somehow every storm he had survived had also washed something clean. Rain began in earnest, sharp and hurried, drumming on the roof. He watched the candle sway with each gust, its light stretching, bending, then recovering. A fragile thing, yet faithful. He whispered to it, half in jest, "Hold fast, little one. We'll outlast this together." Lightning flashed beyond the curtains, turning the room white for a heartbeat. In that brief flare, he saw the photograph of his late wife on the wall. Her smile glowed in the lightning, and for an instant he imagined she was listening too. Not to the storm, but to him. He leaned back in his chair, hands folded across his chest. The power flickered, then went out. The house sighed into silence, and the candle became the only sun in the universe. For a moment, he let the darkness speak. It wasn't frightening anymore, only deep, like a pause between one breath and the next. He could feel the rain pressing against the windows, a steady hand reminding him that the world still moved, even when unseen. He thought of all the times he had fought against storms, the ones outside and the ones inside his chest. Each time he had believed survival meant resisting. Now he knew better. Sometimes the only way through is to stay still, to let grace do the rowing while you hold the candle. The flames sputtered. He cupped his palm behind it, and in that small act, a hand, a curve of protection. He saw again the shape of love, not grand or loud, just steady and near. He thought of God that way, not distant, but leaning close enough to shelter the flame. A sudden crack of thunder rolled over the hills. The windows trembled. The old house groaned in its beams. The candle wavered wildly. He reached out, whispered, "Easy now," and watched the wick recover. It made him laugh, a quiet, thankful laugh. Faith, he thought, is just this, the practice of keeping one's hand near the light. Minutes stretched into an hour. Outside, the storm roared and retreated in waves. He listened to its rhythm. Anger, rest, anger again, like a soul learning to calm itself. He could almost hear the rain growing gentler, as though the sky too had prayed. He rose and moved to the window. Beyond the glass, the garden was a blur of shadows and silver threads. The rose bushes bowed but did not break. Every leaf glistened with defiance. He pressed his fingertips to the cool glass. The night answered with the smell of wet earth and the faintest hint of jasmine. Turning back to the table, he found that the candle had burned lower. Wax had spilled down its side in soft rivers. He studied the way it leaned toward the open window, as if drawn by the sound of rain. It reminded him of himself, old, bent a little, yet still reaching toward something unseen. He remembered the verse his mother used to read when storms frightened him as a child. "When you pass through the waters, I will be with you." At the time, he had imagined it meant rescue. Now he understood it meant companionship. God doesn't always calm the sea. Sometimes he sits beside you until the waves grow tired. A flash of lightning illuminated the shelves, the books, the teacup left half full, the faint steam still clinging to its rim. He thought of the countless nights when that same cup had accompanied him, the quiet companion of solitude. So much of life, he realized, is about learning to appreciate what stays. He sat again, watching the flame dance. It was smaller now, almost a sigh. He thought of his younger self, the restless man who once sought meaning in noise, who believed faith needed proof, love needed words, and peace was something earned. He smiled sadly, tenderly. If that man could see him now, sitting in a dark room, listening to rain, guarding a candle like a friend, perhaps he would finally understand. The thunder drifted away, rolling toward another town. Rain softened to a whisper. The air in the room cooled and cleared. He breathed it in, that post-storm silence that feels like forgiveness. He looked at the candle one last time. Its light flickered, bowed, and went out. But even in the dark, he could still see its afterglow, a gentle outline inside his eyelids, a memory of warmth. He whispered, "Thank you for light that lingers." The power returned with a quiet click. Lamps blinked awake. The clock resumed its hum. But he didn't rush to relight the room. He sat still, letting the candle's invisible glow remain the truest illumination of the night. He thought again of storms, how they come to remind us of shelter, how they teach the soul to bend without breaking, and how they always, always pass. He smiled. "The candle's done its duty," he said softly. "And so have I, for tonight." He rose, drew the curtain halfway, and looked once more at the quiet street below. A puddle reflected the pale moon like a promise reborn. Tomorrow the sky would be washed clean. He would walk to the river again. If this story brought you a moment of calm in your storm, subscribe and join me tomorrow. We'll light another candle together. The window of mercy. Morning came pale and kind, as though the sky itself felt sorry for last night's storm. The air was washed clean, even silence smelled new. The old man woke early, drawn by the brightness pressing gently at the curtains. When he opened them, the world looked freshly written, each leaf rinsed, each stone gleaming with forgiveness. He brewed tea and carried the cup to the window seat. It was his favorite place in the house, a small wooden bench tucked beneath the wide glass. The cushion was faded where countless mornings had pressed against it. Here he could see the river's shimmer in the distance and the neighbour's cherry tree bending under its blossoms. As he sipped, he noticed the streaks left by rain on the window pane. They caught the light like veins of silver. He traced one with his fingertip, following its path downward until it disappeared into the sill. Mercy, he thought, is a little like this, coming down uninvited, leaving brightness wherever it passes. He remembered something his wife once said after their worst quarrel. Forgiveness is the only thing that keeps love alive past midnight. At the time, he had only nodded, Now, watching sunlight filter through water-clean glass, he finally understood. Love without mercy becomes memory too soon. The street outside began to stir. The postman pedalled by, the chain of his bicycle clicking like a metronome for the morning. A woman swept her porch, humming to herself. Somewhere farther off, a church bell called the hour, each toll soft as breath. He felt, for reasons he couldn't name, that the world had forgiven itself overnight. On the table near the window lay his small Bible, its cover softened by years of touch. He opened it not to read but to hold it open, the way one holds a hand. A dried flower slipped from between the pages, a violet pressed flat, its colour faint but still brave. He smiled. His wife had placed it there long ago. It had survived seasons, floods and forgetfulness. A small proof that beauty endures pressure. He turned the flower between his fingers and thought, maybe mercy is what time becomes when it's held with tenderness. It doesn't erase, it preserves. It keeps the shape of pain but softens its edges. Across the street, the neighbour's granddaughter, the same little girl who'd brought jam before, was sitting on her porch steps, polishing a small glass jar. The sun flashed on it, scattering tiny rainbows across her face. He raised his hand in greeting. She waved back, grinning, and he heard her call something to her grandmother before vanishing inside. He chuckled softly. The world, for all its age, was still learning delight. A breeze slipped through the cracked window. It carried the faint scent of lilies from the church garden. He let it pass through the room, moving the curtains like slow breathing. He loved that. A living house, one that inhaled and exhaled with the day. On the windowsill sat a small notebook, the same one he carried to the river. He opened to a blank page. The light made the paper almost translucent. He wrote carefully, "Mercy is morning itself, arriving whether we deserve it or not." He paused. Some words are meant to be read, others are meant to be lived. He closed the notebook and pressed his palm against it, as if to let the ink settle through skin to spirit. Outside, a robin landed on the fence, tilted its head, and began to sing. The song was simple, only 3 notes repeated, but it filled the space like joy that refused to stay small. He listened, smiling, thinking how every creature praises in its own language. Maybe that's what mercy is too, a song no one taught us, yet somehow we know. The morning deepened. Sunlight slid across the floor and touched the letter he'd pinned to the wall, the one that said, "For the days when pride knocks." The paper glowed pale gold. He felt as though the light itself was reading his promise back to him. He rose and opened the window wider. Air rushed in, cool and tender, carrying the sound of water from the river bend. The rhythm of it soothed him. For the first time in many years, he whispered aloud, "I forgive myself." The words surprised him. They felt shy but right, like a guest finally brave enough to sit at the table. He stayed still until his breathing matched the quiet outside. The breeze lifted the curtains again, and he watched them move as if invisible hands were blessing the room. He poured a second cup of tea, set it by the other end of the window seat. It was a habit now, an old kindness repeated. 1 cup for himself, and 1 for whoever might join him unseen. He imagined his wife there, her hands wrapped around the cup, smiling at the morning she always loved. He didn't speak, but the silence between them was gentle and full. The light shifted once more, turning the river to silver, the rooftops to quiet embers. He realized he had been sitting there for hours, doing nothing except letting mercy work. And that, he thought, was prayer enough for one day. He Rose stretched and looked out once more. The sky had softened to the blue of forgiveness. Everything below shimmered as though seen through a tear, not of sorrow, but of clarity. He closed the window carefully, leaving it unlocked. Mercy, after all, should always have a way in. If this story brought a breath of peace to your morning, subscribe and return tomorrow. The window will be open, and mercy will be waiting. When the wind changes, by late morning the sky had settled into a trustworthy blue. Laundry fluttered on back garden lines, small prayer flags of everyday life. The old man fastened his coat and stepped outside, thinking to fetch bread and a handful of apples from the grocer's. He carried the woven bag his wife had favoured, its handle patched twice, its shape remembering the curve of her arm. At the corner, sunlight struck the pavement like a hymn with no words. Children chalked galaxies on the sidewalk, rings around planets, stars where the stones were smoothest. "Careful where you walk, sir," one boy said with grave importance. "That one is Saturn." "I'll keep to the Milky Way," the old man replied, stepping wide. They grinned, returning to their orbits. Halfway to the square, a wind rose, not fierce but purposeful, as if the day had decided to turn its page more quickly. Leaves ran along the curb like small green fish. The blue above deepened. A veil of high cloud slid over the sun. Shop awnings trembled. He stopped to fasten his collar. It felt like the kind of wind that changes plans, the kind that asks you to listen. At the baker's, he chose a crusty loaf and a roll of sweet bread, still warm. He pressed the bag to his chest for a moment, gathering its heat the way one gathers courage. On his way out, the wind tugged the door from his hand and nearly knocked a woman off balance. He steadied the door with one arm and the woman with the other. "Thank you," she said, breathless, her scarf wild around her like a small flag of surrender. The day forgot its manners. He smiled. "Let's teach it gently." In the square, a street musician wrestled with his sheet music. Notes flew off the stand like birds startled from a tree. The violinist laughed, let the pages go, and began to play from memory instead, a melody so sure it tethered the air. People slowed. The wind seemed to slow too, like a creature soothed by kindness. The old man stood listening, bread warm against his ribs, feeling the tune settle his bones into their usual places. At the greengrocer's stall, he chose 4 apples, firm, heavy, a little imperfect, and a small wedge of cheese. As he paid, a gust sent a pyramid of oranges rolling toward the gutter. He and the shopkeeper lunged at the same time, the way soldiers might if the enemy were citrus. They caught them against their shins, laughing like boys. "Today is lively," the shopkeeper said, cheeks bright. "Sometimes the weather shakes. The cobwebs from us," the old man answered. On the walk home the wind freshened again, pushing from the north now. He felt it press at his back, then his side, then his face, as if testing his resolve from every angle. A loose shutter on an empty house rattled sharply. Clack, clack, like a fist knocking at a hollow door. He crossed the street, set the bread bag safely in the bushes, and climbed the short stoop. With his pocket knife and a found nail, he pinned the shutter to its latch. The sound ceased. The wind moved on to other doors. He retrieved the bread, brushed the leaves from his sleeves, and felt oddly satisfied. Not for the small repair alone, but for the sense of having answered the day. The river path called to him, though the water would be rough, so he went by the long route under lindens and past the post box. He slipped 2 letters through the red mouth, one to Anna, one to an old friend whose laugh he dearly missed. The envelopes fell with a final, hollow comfort. It is a good thing, he thought, when promises travel even while we rest. At the bend, the wind came straight at him, making his eyes water. He leaned into it, not fighting, only learning its pace. A woman from the neighborhood approached with her small terrier, the leash a taut line singing in the gusts. "Looks like autumn remembered who it is," she said. "It does," he nodded. "It asks us to button our hearts and keep going." She smiled at the phrase and walked on, the dog prancing like a captain on a storm deck. He sat for a while on the bench above the river. White caps stitched the surface into a restless quilt. A fallen leaf landed in the water and spun, then steadied, then spun again. A small demonstration of survival, lovely in its lack of drama. He took a bite of the sweet roll, tore a second piece and set it on the bench beside him. For a long moment nothing came. Then a sparrow accepted his hospitality with a brisk hop and a nod, its feathers blown awry like a scholar surprised by joy. He closed his eyes to listen. The wind hummed in the railings, spoke through the reeds, rattled the hollow stems left from summer. It sounded less like trouble now, more like instruction, a language of balance and breath, of standing and yielding at once. He remembered a sailor he once met, who said that you do not win against wind. You set your sail to befriend it, and the same gust that pushes can carry you home. A memory arrived without warning, years ago, a day when anger had blown through his house like this wind, doors slamming, words sharper than nails. If he could step into that moment now, he would do only one thing differently. He would pause. Just pause, the way you do when a gust passes the corner. Let the air move, then speak. It is astonishing, he thought, how many tempests die of lack of fuel when we refuse to fan them. He opened his eyes. Across the path, an elderly man fumbled with his hat, chasing it, twice before abandoning the chase altogether and laughing at himself. Our dignity, the old man thought, is safest when held with humour. He stood, retrieved the runaway hat from the grass where the wind finally tired of it, and returned it with a small bow. "Sir," the man said, placing it back atop his stubborn white hair, "you are the kind of neighbour the wind keeps testing for strength." "I'm happy to fail quietly," the old man replied. Cloud belts thinned. Between them the sun glanced down. Coins of light scattered on the path. He rose from the bench, shouldered his bag and started home the slower way. He chose to cut through the churchyard, where the wind made the poplar leaves applaud. He paused by the low stone wall and laid his palm on it, rough and warm. How many hands, he wondered, had rested here asking for nothing more than company? A bell sounded noon, round and steady. He felt its tone in his chest. The wind bowed as if in respect and moved along. On his street, the chalk planets were smeared into pastel comets. The children had been called in for soup. He added a small ring with the tip of his shoe where Saturn had been, just a touch, to keep the orbit. A slip of paper clung to the lamppost, one of the violinist's runaway pages. He smoothed it, folded it twice, and tucked it through the baker's mail slot with a quick note. Found music, returned to the brave man with the bow. Inside the cottage, the stillness welcomed him like a faithful dog. He set the bread on the table, the apples in a blue bowl. He stood at the sink and let water run over his hands, cool as reason. The window rattled once, just once, and he fastened the latch with a practiced touch. He did not feel the need to light a candle. The room already held enough light, gathered from the errands of kindness. He poured tea, tore a heel from the loaf, and sat by the window. The wind still moved through the trees, but more gently now, as if having said what it came to say. He took a long breath, felt his shoulders drop. Peace, he decided, is not the absence of wind. It is learning where to place your weight when it blows. He bowed his head, not for display, only to listen, and in that listening found the quiet he had carried home from the square, the river, the churchyard wall, and the ordinary courage of strangers. When the wind changes, he thought, we do not need to change who we are. We only need to hold fast to what is kind, adjust a button, fix a shutter, share our bread, and keep a melody alive. He raised his cup and smiled at the day, which had behaved like a lesson and ended like a friend. If this gentle moment steadied you today, subscribe and come again. Together we'll keep our small lights when the wind turns. The bell at noon. The next day arrived with a stillness so pure it felt borrowed from heaven. The sky was pale, and every sound, bird song, broom on stone, kettle whistle, seemed to echo a little longer than usual, as though the world wanted to linger over its own peace. The old man took this as an invitation to walk without purpose. Sometimes the soul needs distance before words can find it again. He buttoned his coat, slipped the small notebook into his pocket and stepped outside. The air was cool but kind, the sort that wakes the senses gently rather than demanding alertness. Somewhere down the street the baker's doorbell chimed as someone entered. Across the way a shutter creaked open and the scent of roasted beans escaped from the cafe. The day was alive, but softly. He followed the path that curved past the church, its tower rising calm and patient above the rooftops. He always liked to pass there at noon when the bell would sound across the valley. It wasn't only the tone, it was the way it made everything pause. Even the birds seemed to hold still in the air for those brief golden seconds. A kind of collective prayer without instruction. The churchyard gate was open, the hinges silent for once. He stepped inside. Gravel crunched beneath his shoes, and sunlight slipped through the yew trees in narrow ribbons. He sat on the first bench, the one near the statue of St. Francis with a chipped wing. Someone had left a handful of crumbs in its stone palm. A robin accepted the offering with great ceremony. He smiled. Even here, generosity had its rituals. As he waited for noon, he watched a young woman arrange flowers on one of the newer graves. She moved slowly, carefully, her face half hidden by the brim of her hat. When she finished, she stood still for a long time, one hand resting on the cool marble. Then she straightened, nodded once as if to someone unseen, and left. The simplicity of it, the respect, the quiet, moved him more than any sermon could. He closed his eyes. The faint murmur of the town reached him. Wagons on cobblestones, a distant dog, a window shutting. And then, at last, the bell began. It started with one deep tone, then another, each rolling outward like slow waves meeting the shore. The sound filled the air but didn't overwhelm it. He could feel it in his chest, steady, unhurried, merciful. He had heard this bell thousands of times, yet today it felt different. Perhaps it was age, or gratitude, or the sudden awareness that he was still here to hear it. As the final note lingered, he opened his eyes and whispered, "Thank you." It was the only fitting response. He remained on the bench long after the sound had faded, savouring the silence it left behind. There is a rare kind of quiet that follows beauty, the kind that doesn't ask for more. He thought of how many lives had paused for this same bell, how many hearts had lifted at its voice. Some listening from laughter, some from grief, some simply because they needed to know the world still rang. A breeze moved through the grass, bending it gently toward the east. He thought of all the people buried here. Farmers, teachers, shopkeepers, mothers, sons, each name a single note in God's long symphony, and he smiled to think that perhaps the bell was not calling the living alone. Perhaps its echo reached the other side as well, a bridge of sound spanning what the eyes cannot. He reached for his notebook. On a fresh page he wrote, "The bell calls the heart to remember that time is only borrowed, but love belongs forever." He traced the words with his fingertip, then tore the page gently and folded it into a square. Rising, he tucked it into the crevice between two stones at the base of the statue. Let someone find it, or let no one. Either way, the message had found its home. He took the path around the church where the ivy grew thick and old inscriptions slept under its green veil. Near the back gate he met Father Lucien sweeping leaves into a wooden basket. The priest looked up, smiling, his sleeves rolled to the elbow. "Ah, you caught the bell," he said. "It always sounds better after rain." The old man nodded. "Like forgiveness, it carries farther when the air is clean." Father Lucien laughed softly. "You should write my sermons." "No," the old man replied, "just listen to your bell." They shared a moment of quiet humor, the kind that needs no explanation. Before leaving, the old man asked, "Do you ever tire of hearing it?" "Never," said the priest. "Each strike is a heartbeat of the town. When it stops, I'll know I've fallen asleep for good." The road home was lined with windflowers that trembled in the light. He walked slowly, his steps matching their sway. Passing a bakery, he bought 2 rolls and tucked one into his pocket for the journey. He broke it in half, as he always did, leaving a piece on the church wall for birds, or angels, he thought with a grin. When he reached his gate, the clock above the mantel had just struck 1. He smiled at the symmetry, 2 bells answering each other across a single hour. He poured tea, set the bread on the plate, and sat by the window again. The world outside hummed with small, forgiving sounds. A cartwheel squeak, a door hinge, a whistle from a boy who didn't know he was whistling a hymn. He looked toward the horizon where the church tower stood against the fading sky. Though he could no longer hear the bell, he could still feel it, a pulse steady as grace, reminding him that no moment is too small to hold eternity. He raised his cup toward the window and said softly, "To the bell, and to all who still listen." Then he drank, and the warm silence around him answered in kind. If this quiet story helped your heart find stillness, subscribe and return tomorrow. The bell will sound again, and we'll listen together. The garden after rain. By dawn, the sky was already rinsed and clear again. The night storm had passed, leaving the world awake and glistening. When the old man stepped outside, the air was so fresh it almost felt new. Like creation had begun all over again while he slept. He walked barefoot onto the porch, feeling the cool of wet wood beneath his feet. His garden stretched before him, quiet but alive. Droplets clung to every petal. Leaves bowed under their jeweled burdens, and the soil smelled deep and generous, as though the earth itself had said thank you to the rain. He breathed deeply, letting the scent of rosemary and damp clay fill his chest. A robin hopped along the stone path, bold and cheerful, pulling at worms newly surfaced from the softened ground. He smiled. Everything was working again, each small life tending to its purpose. He leaned against the wooden rail and watched sunlight sift through the clouds. Every beam of light turned a droplet into fire. He thought of his wife saying, "Rain is God's way of making the dust honest." He used to laugh at that, but standing there now, he understood it wasn't about dirt, it was about hearts. We all collect a little dust when days pass quietly, and sometimes it takes a storm to make us honest again. He stepped down onto the path, careful not to disturb the puddles that mirrored the morning. His roses had survived. The white ones drooped slightly, their petals heavy with rainwater, but they would lift again by noon. He bent and touched one bloom with the back of his fingers. It felt cold, like forgiveness just before it warms you. Further down the path, near the old stone bench, a patch of violets had sprung up overnight. He couldn't remember planting them. He crouched, his knees protesting softly, and smiled at the tiny congregation of purple faces turned toward him. "Ah," he whispered, "so mercy plants itself now." He sat on the bench. The stone was damp, but he didn't mind. The world was too beautiful to stay indoors. Somewhere a bee hummed in the lavender. A neighbour's rooster crowed late, as if remembering its duty halfway through the morning. All around, drops fell lazily from the eaves, a gentle applause for the day's beginning. He reached into his pocket and drew out his small notebook. Its corners were soft from use, its pages a little warped from the river air. He turned to a blank page and wrote, "After every storm, the garden grows quieter, but never smaller." He paused, smiled, and added, "I hope my soul does the same." He closed the book and let it rest on his knee. A breeze moved through the wet leaves, and the sound was like breathing, the slow exhale of the world. He felt it pass over him, under him, through him. For a moment, he was not an observer, but part of the garden itself. One more living thing washed clean. His gaze wandered to the far corner where a young maple tree stood. It had been no taller than his shoulder when he first planted it years ago, and now its branches reached confidently toward heaven. He thought of all the mornings he had come to water it, the days he had nearly forgotten, the times he'd wondered if it would ever grow straight. Now it stood firm, unafraid of rain or wind. Faith, he thought, is like that. It doesn't grow because of our certainty, but because we return to it again and again, even on weary days. From the kitchen window, the kettle began to whistle faintly. He hesitated, then stayed seated. The tea could wait. There are moments, he knew, that taste better unhurried. He watched the sun climb higher, turning dew into threads of smoke. Every droplet vanished into light, and he thought, that's what grace does. It disappears to prove it's done its work. He closed his eyes. Behind his eyelids, the world turned gold. He thought of friends gone before him, each one like a garden he once walked through, each leaving behind a scent or a kindness that had never left him. The older he grew, the more he realized heaven begins here, in the things and people that teach us to love without keeping count. A sudden rustle made him look up. The little robin had returned, this time perching boldly on the bench beside him. It cocked its head unafraid, as if to ask, "Well then, what will you do with this new day?" He chuckled. "I suppose I'll start by listening." The bird chirped once, approving, and flew off toward the fence where sunlight made everything seem possible again. He rose slowly, joints stiff but willing. As he did, he noticed something shining near the roots of the maple. He bent to see, a fragment of glass, perhaps from an old bottle, washed clean by the rain. It caught the light and threw a tiny rainbow across the ground. He picked it up carefully, turned it over in his hand. A useless thing maybe, but now transformed by clarity. He placed it on the bench where the next visitor might find it and smile. "Mercy works even on glass," he murmured. Back inside, he toweled his feet dry and filled the teapot. The sound of boiling water mixed with the slow ticking of the clock. Through the open window, the scent of wet earth drifted in, softening the edges of the room. He poured a cup and carried it to his table by the window, setting it down beside a small bowl of fruit. Everything ordinary looked touched by light. He watched the steam curl upward. For a moment, it looked like prayer taking shape, rising, vanishing, returning. He smiled. If heaven ever looked down into this little kitchen, he hoped it would see not grandeur, but gratitude. Outside, the garden shimmered under a mid-morning sun. No two leaves moved the same way, yet all were part of the same calm dance. He whispered, "Thank you for rain that cleans, for silence that grows, and for life that always begins again." Then he lifted the cup, let its warmth rest against his palms, and felt with perfect certainty that everything, absolutely everything, was enough. If this story brought you a breath of peace, subscribe and come again. Tomorrow, the garden will still be waiting after the rain. The letter that returns. The post arrived late, as if even envelopes felt the unhurried mood of the town. The old man heard the bicycle first. The ticking chain, the soft thump of tires over loose stones, then the shy knock at his door. When he opened it, the postman tipped his cap and handed over a thin bundle bound by elastic. "Good morning. A clear sky for travelling words," the postman said. "Let's hope they reach the right hearts," the old man answered. He carried the bundle to the table by the window where light lay in gentle squares. 2 catalogues, a small brown parcel of tea from a cousin, and 1 white envelope that made him pause. His own handwriting stared back at him like a face in a mirror. Across the corner, a red stamp read, "Return to sender." He sat, letting the chair sigh under his weight, and turned the envelope over. It was the note he had mailed 2 days ago, the one to the friend whose laugh he missed. Forwarding expired. Address unknown. The world moves. We must keep up or bless from a distance. He ran a finger along the crease and smiled, not bitterly, only with the tenderness age affords to disappointment. He did not open it at once. Instead, he filled the kettle and waited for its quiet promise to become steam. Waiting is a small practice of trust. While the water warmed, he set the returned letter on a saucer as if it were something fragile, and in a way it was. Words come home differently than when they left. When the tea was ready, he carried cup and saucer back to the window. Outside, the cherry tree swayed, scattering 3 or 4 late blossoms that refused to accept the calendar. He lifted the envelope at last and eased the seal with a butter knife. His own words unfolded, just a line. "Your laugh would improve this street." He had written it quickly, smiling to himself, certain that joy would know the way. He read the sentence twice, then pressed the page flat with the palm of his hand. "It seems the laugh is needed elsewhere," he murmured. He thought of his friend. Where might he be now? Another town, another porch, another river? Perhaps the letter was not refused. Perhaps it had simply finished its task, to return and teach him something he hadn't known he'd asked to learn. He turned the paper over and wrote in a smaller hand, "When a blessing can't find its name, let it keep travelling until it does." He breathed on the ink, the way his wife used to, as if breath itself could set things. By late morning he put on his coat and walked to the post office. The bell over the door made a sound like a glass of water touched with a spoon. Behind the counter, Mrs. Larkin looked up from a ledger. "Ah, you again?" she said kindly. "We sent one back to you, I'm afraid." "I received it," he smiled and held up the opened note. "I think I'll readdress it." "To whom?" she asked, leaning on her elbows the way friends do when they pull conversation closer. "To whoever needs it today." She considered this, then nodded, as if he'd suggested a recipe for comfort. "We have a community board," she said, pointing to a corkboard near the door. People read it while they wait. Some letters find their homes there. He thanked her, borrowed a pushpin, and fixed the little page near a flyer for a piano recital and a notice about a church supper. He stepped back. The sentence looked oddly brave among the errands and announcements. A young mother holding a sleepy child read it aloud and smiled. "I like that," she said to no one in particular. The child, drowsy and obedient to joy, smiled too. On the way home, the old man took the long route by the cafe. The violinist was there on the corner again, retrieving errant pages from his case and laughing at the wind. The old man lifted a hand. "I found one of yours yesterday," he called. "It took a detour through the baker. Then the bread has better rhythm than I do." The violinist grinned and set his bow to the string. Music rose, patient, luminous. It held the morning still long enough for the heart to take a good look at it. He stayed for a few measures, then moved on, the melody following him like a gentle dog. Near the grocer's, he stopped at the red postbox. He slid in the letter to Anna, the one about evening walks, and felt, with satisfaction, the soft surrender of paper to purpose. Promises travelling, even while we rest. At the corner house, the empty one whose shutter he had fixed, the door stood open. A van was parked outside. Boxes were stacked like small cities waiting to be born. A young couple carried a lamp between them, careful, conspiratorial. "Welcome," the old man said, pausing at the gate. "This street is better with lamps." They laughed, grateful for a blessing that cost nothing. "You've chosen a good corner," he added. "There's music on Thursdays and Mercy at the post office." The woman tilted her head. "You live nearby?" "Just there," he pointed. "Come if you need a hammer or a story, whichever breaks first." They promised they would, and he went on, feeling the way a neighbourhood grows the way gardens do, by roots finding water under the fence. At home, the afternoon leaned warm against the panes. He placed the returned envelope on his desk, then opened the back door to let the world enter in the shape of air. On the table waited the small brown parcel, tea from a cousin in the north. He unwrapped it, inhaled the scent of smoke and leaves, and set water to boil again. While the kettle considered its task, he took out his notebook and wrote, "Today my words came home. They had travelled 2 days and learned more than I taught them. They did not find the friend I named, so they stood in a public place and made another friend instead. Perhaps this is what grace does with our intentions, sends them again and again, until they fit the day." He let the pencil rest. A fly tapped softly against the window and then found its way out. Some lessons leave once you open the right door. He carried his cup to the chair by the window. Across the street, the neighbour girl sat with her grandmother, shelling peas into a metal bowl. The sound, tiny green pebbles against tin, was the music of patience. The girl looked up, saw him at his window, and lifted her hand. He returned the gesture, slow and grand, as if he were blessing a congregation of 2. As afternoon thinned into something softer, he thought again of the letter. He pictured the board at the post office, the mother reading, the child beginning to giggle because laughter is contagious to any honest soul. He pictured the young couple placing a lamp on the floor of an empty room, making a first circle of light. He pictured his friend, somewhere under the same sky, perhaps laughing now and improving another street entirely. The thought did not sting, it shone. He rose and took the returned envelope from the desk. On the back he wrote one more line, small as a secret shared with a friend. "If this finds you, know that you are already blessed. If it doesn't, please bless the next person you see." He folded the paper again, not to hide it, but to give it the dignity of being opened twice. Before evening, he put on his hat and walked back to the post office. The bell chimed. The board had gathered new notices, lost keys, found cat, a jar of buttons free to a good home. His line remained where he'd left it. He pinned the new note beside it, twin candles in a quiet chapel of errands. On his way out, he held the door for a man carrying a toolbox. "Thank you," the man said, nodding at the notes. "I think I needed those." "Take them," the old man said gently, "or leave them. They know what they're doing." Dusk began to braid itself into the branches as he walked home. In the blue light, every window on his street held a different kind of evening. Supper, a book, a game piece sliding across a board, a cat pretending indifference. He felt included in them all, as if their warm rectangles had room for him, should he need to step in. At his own table, he lit a small candle, not because the room was dark, but because gratitude likes a flame. He set the empty envelope beside it, a relic of a message that had chosen a larger road. He whispered, "Thank you for letters that travel both ways, and for mercies that return with better maps." The candle leaned, listened, and then stood straighter. So did he. If this quiet story left a small light in you, subscribe and come again. Tomorrow another letter will be waiting for its road. The woman at the riverbank. The morning began grey but kind. A quiet sky, low and close, the kind that makes colours gentle. The old man decided to walk toward the river where water and wind always seemed to have news worth hearing. He carried no errands, only an old scarf in his pocket. It was frayed at the edges, smelling faintly of cedar. His wife had once wrapped it around a jar of honey for the neighbour's child. He liked having it near him. It reminded him that kindness too could have a scent. The path to the river was slick from the night's mist. Dew clung to every blade of grass, and the world seemed to hold its breath between seasons. Along the way, he passed the bakery, now fragrant with the first loaves of the day. The baker's daughter waved from the doorway, flower on her cheek. He tipped his hat in return, then followed the cobblestones downhill until the hum of water replaced all other sound. The river was neither fast nor slow. It moved with the confidence of something ancient and forgiven. At the small wooden pier, he paused to watch the current. Tiny whirlpools spun in quiet corners, each one a small sermon about patience. That was when he noticed her. A woman sitting on the low wall near the reeds, a bundle of cloth beside her, her hands resting in her lap as if they were remembering something heavy. Her coat was thin, and her shoes had seen too many winters, but her posture was upright, her gaze fixed on the far bank as though reading an invisible letter written across the water. He hesitated, not wishing to intrude, but something about her stillness called him, the way silence sometimes invites a question. He walked closer and nodded a greeting. "Morning," he said softly, as though speaking to the air between them. She turned her head, eyes pale grey like the river under cloud. "Morning," she answered, her voice the kind that carries both strength and apology. He stood a moment beside her, hands folded behind his back, both of them watching the slow drift of leaves on the current. Finally he said, "The river's quieter today." "Yes," she replied. "It keeps its secrets better when it's cold." He smiled at that, surprised by her phrasing. After a pause, she added, "I used to come here with my son. We'd count how many sticks passed under the bridge. He'd always win. He said the river liked him better." Her voice trembled once, then steadied. The old man didn't ask questions. Grief doesn't need prompting, only space. He simply nodded, his gaze still on the water. "It likes everyone who waits," he said quietly. They watched together as a pair of ducks cut the surface in perfect symmetry. The woman pulled her shawl tighter. He reached into his pocket and drew out the scarf, the cedar-scented one, and held it toward her. "It's warm," he said, "and it remembers kindness." She looked at it hesitant. "I can't take that," she murmured. "It's not mine to keep," he replied, "only to lend." Her fingers brushed his as she accepted it, and in that small exchange, something unspoken passed between them. The way trust sometimes moves faster than thought. They sat in silence for a long time, the kind that heals instead of weighs. A gull circled overhead. The wind carried the faintest smell of bread. Finally, she said, "I don't come here much anymore. It hurts and helps, both at once." He nodded. Most holy places do. She looked at him startled, then smiled faintly. "You sound like a priest." "No," he chuckled, "just a listener." "Well," she said after a moment, "the world could use more of those." A clock from the town square chimed 11. She stood and wrapped the scarf around her neck. "Thank you," she said, eyes soft but clear. "Keep it," he replied. "It's travelled enough with me." She hesitated. "How will I return it?" "By giving it to someone else," he said simply. She laughed softly, the kind of laugh that trembles but doesn't break. Then she picked up her bundle and walked toward the path that led back to town. The scarf trailed slightly in the breeze, a flash of quiet colour against the pale day. He stayed by the river a while longer. The place where she had sat still held a small warmth, as though sorrow itself had left a footprint that was finally allowed to rest. He leaned forward, watching the current gather strength around a bend. The water carried a leaf, then a broken twig, then a reflection of sky so pure it hurt. He thought of how many things the river bore without complaint. What people dropped, what they lost, what they prayed to be taken away. And still the water kept its grace. It neither clutched nor cursed. It carried everything until it became part of something larger. He picked up a small stone from the bank, smooth and wet, and whispered, "Carry this too, Lord, whatever she left here today." He tossed it lightly and it vanished with a single ripple. Then he stood, brushing the damp from his coat. The sound of the river followed him home, like a psalm written in moving water. That evening, he lit a candle and set it on the windowsill. Its light flickered across the glass, and for a moment he imagined the woman seeing it from somewhere across town, recognizing it as a sign, not of answers, but of accompaniment. He poured himself a small cup of tea, breathed in the warmth, and whispered, "Even sorrow, when shared, becomes smaller." He knew she would understand that without hearing it. Outside, the night gathered itself in quiet folds. The wind moved through the trees, gentle as prayer. He leaned back, eyes half closed, and felt again the simple miracle of connection, how one kind act could change the shape of a day, and how every river, no matter how wide, begins with a single drop of mercy. If this quiet story warmed something in you, subscribe and come again. Tomorrow we'll meet where grace lingers, by the river's edge. Evening bread. The day waned slowly, like a candle, choosing not to hurry. Shadows stretched across the cobblestones. The light outside turned the colour of soft butter. From every house along the lane came small, homely sounds. A window latch closing, a kettle sighing, a chair scraping the floor. The old man loved this hour, when nothing demanded and everything gave. He stood at his kitchen counter, flour on his sleeves, the air rich with the scent of yeast. He had decided to bake bread that morning, and now it had risen faithfully, a pale mound under a linen cloth, alive in its quiet way. He pressed his hands into it, shaping and folding, and the warmth beneath his palms felt almost like gratitude itself. While he worked, he thought of the woman from the riverbank. He wondered if she had kept the scarf, if the smell of cedar and rain still clung to it. He hoped she had found sleep. Then he caught himself smiling and said aloud, "You worry about people you've only known for an hour. What a foolish blessing that is." The dough gave beneath his fingers, smooth and responsive. He placed it gently into a pan and covered it again. While it rested, he opened the window to the street. Evening light slid across the sill. Somewhere a violin began to play, a slow tune that leaned and lifted like a prayer not yet finished. He closed his eyes and let it fill the room. When the oven finally glowed ready, he placed the dough inside, the heat releasing a sigh of welcome. He wiped his hands and leaned on the counter, watching through the small glass window as the loaf began to rise, its surface browning like the turning of seasons. The kitchen filled with the smell of patience rewarded. He thought of his wife, how she used to hum while baking, how she'd break the first crust and hand it to him without a word. That gesture had always felt holy. It wasn't about food. It was about saying, "I remember you." He smiled softly and whispered, "I remember you still." A gentle knock came at the door. When he opened it, the young couple from the corner house stood there. The man held a screwdriver. The woman carried a tray covered with a towel. "We thought you might like some soup," she said. "We're still unpacking, and it seemed wrong to eat the first meal without sharing it." He invited them in, clearing a space on the small table. The soup was thick and fragrant, lentils, carrots, a hint of thyme. As they talked, the bread finished baking and its smell wrapped around them like a memory none of them had lived but all somehow knew. He pulled it from the oven and set it between them. The crust cracked, releasing a soft hiss, and steam rose like a quiet hallelujah. "Would you do the honors?" he asked. The young woman smiled shyly and tore the loaf in half. The sound was deep and satisfying, like something ancient approving of the present. They passed the pieces, dipping them into soup, each mouthful humble and generous at once. They spoke of simple things, how many boxes remained, where to buy good milk, which neighbour's cat ruled the street. But beneath the small talk ran something deeper, a thread of belonging being stitched by laughter and breadcrumbs. He noticed how their eyes met when they spoke. The kind of glance that said, "We're building something here." When the soup was finished and the last crust gone, they lingered a while, reluctant to leave the circle of lamplight. The young man looked at the old photos on the shelf. His wife, his garden, a dog long gone. "She must have baked with you," he said gently. "Yes," the old man nodded. "She still does in a way." They understood without needing more words. Before leaving, the woman wrapped the remaining half loaf in the towel and handed it back. "For tomorrow," she said. He shook his head. "Keep it. Bread is best when it finds new tables." She smiled, eyes bright with something that wasn't just thanks. "Then we'll save you a bowl next time," she said. "Only if you let me bring the story," he replied. When they were gone, silence settled again, but it was the kind of silence that hums, alive, companionable. He sat at the table, traced the ring of light where the soup bowl had been, and thought of how kindness, once started, rarely stops where you expect. It travels like yeast, invisible but unstoppable, rising in hearts that didn't know they were hungry. He poured himself a cup of water, the simplest drink yet full of meaning when paired with bread. He tore a small corner from the crust, left cooling on the rack, and tasted it. It was plain, honest, perfect, the kind of flavour that reminded him that joy doesn't need to be large, only real. Through the open window came the faint smell of rain beginning again, and somewhere distant, the bell from the church tower chimed once. Not an hour, just a reminder that time still moves kindly. He whispered, "Bless the hands that share, bless the tables that wait, bless the hunger that leads us back to one another." The rain thickened, soft fingers on the roof, and the old man sat quietly, listening to the rhythm of a world content to feed itself. He thought of the woman by the river, the couple down the street, the baker's daughter dusting flour from her sleeves, all of them bound together by unseen grace, a thread strong enough to hold through any storm. He leaned back, closed his eyes, and smiled. If faith had a flavour, he thought, surely it would taste like fresh bread shared in peace. If this story left a warmth in your heart, subscribe and join again tomorrow. The bread will still be warm, and the stories fresh. The lamp in the window. By late afternoon, a soft fog began to gather, the kind that smooths the edges of rooftops and asks the town to speak in whispers. The old man stood at his window watching the street grow pearl grey. He had always loved evenings like this, how the world seemed to tuck itself in, how sound grew rounder, how the first lamps felt less like objects than promises. On the shelf by the window sat a small brass lamp. It had belonged to his wife's mother before it belonged to them. A sturdy thing with a heavy base and a glass chimney that always needed careful hands. Electric bulbs lit most nights now, of course, but the lamp remained, patient as an old friend, waiting for the task only it could do, to be simple light. He carried it to the table and unscrewed the chimney. Dust lifted in a thin, luminous ribbon. He wiped the glass with a soft cloth, slow circles that cleared a transparent path through the years. On the wick, a crust of ash. Work done, heat remembered. He snipped it clean. The faint scent of old oil rose, familiar as a hymn hummed under the breath. Outside, fog pressed closer, erasing distance. The street violinist's corner disappeared into white, and the baker's sign became only a rectangle of darker grey. He struck a match. The flame flared, then steadied, and when he touched it to the wick, the lamp answered with a small golden oval of warmth. He turned the knob until the flame wore a thoughtful size, bright enough for welcome, not so large that it shouted. He set the lamp on the sill and stepped back. Light moved across the fog like a hand smoothing a worried brow. He could see only a few paces of pavement now, a brief stage on which evening performed its quiet play. A cat's tail, a bicycle wheel, a pair of boots passing arm in arm. On the table lay a folded note in tidy handwriting. He had found it that morning tucked beneath the cottage gate. "Thank you for the scarf. I will pass it on when I find the next cold pair of shoulders. The river is kinder with company." No signature, only a small pressed reed taped to the corner. He rested the note beside the lamp, the two of them companions in the business of gentle reassurance. A soft knock at the door. On the step stood the neighbour girl with the jam, cheeks pinked by fog and excitement. "Grandma asked if you might light your window lamp tonight," she said. "It helps us see the turn." It's already burning, he smiled, and her eyes lifted to the warm oval behind him. She grinned. Then the street is safer. He gave her a wafer of shortbread from a tin and watched her trot back, the fog licking at her ankles like a tame thing. He brewed tea and sat in the chair that faced the window. The lamp's glow made a small pool on the floorboards, the colour of honey and old wood. He remembered the winter his wife decided to begin a habit. Every fog, the lamp would go in the window. People lose their way quickest when they can't see the edges, she had said, lowering the wick until just the right softness remained. It's the same in life. Put a lamp where the turn is. A shape materialized beyond the glass. A delivery boy, hat damp, peering at house numbers that the fog kept stealing. The old man tapped the window and lifted a hand. The boy came close enough to read the brass digits by the lamp's glow. "Thank you, sir," he called, relief obvious in the tilt of his shoulders. He found the right gate, left a parcel on a stoop, and vanished into the white like a letter sliding into an envelope. Later, the young couple from the corner passed by, the woman carrying a folded blanket, the man with a small lamp of their own wrapped in paper. They paused, faces pale coins in the fog. "Your light makes the street look like home," the woman said. "And your blanket makes the world look forgiven," he replied. They laughed, then moved on, their breath rising like two brief prayers. The cottage felt extra quiet with the curtains open and the night so near. He placed a second cup on the sill, empty but turned upward, a habit by now, a greeting to anyone travelling invisibly. Steam from his own cup climbed gently, braided with the lamp's warmth, and drifted outward into the fog where maybe someone could feel it without knowing why. A memory arrived, soft-footed. Years ago, there had been another fog, heavier than this when his wife was still alive. A boy had knocked at their door, lost on his way home from a friend's house, the street lamps along the hill all swallowed by grey. They had let him in, sat him by the lamp and listened while he described the house he was trying to find. Blue door, red geraniums, a bell that sounded like dinner. His wife had tied a bright scarf around the lamp's base and carried it outside like a lighthouse. The boy followed the scarf's colour through the fog, one careful step at a time until the bell that sounded like dinner called out from the right porch. They had waved from the sidewalk while the boy's mother hugged him and cried. He could still feel the weight of that moment, the miracle of small light in heavy weather. He stood and moved closer to the window. Fog beaded on the glass like pearls that had forgotten the ocean and come to live in a cottage. A figure approached slowly, a man with a cane, stopping, starting, uncertain. The old man opened the door and let the fog step in first, then the stranger. "Evening," the visitor said. "I can't tell if this is Oak Lane or the River Road. My sister moved here last week, the corner house with the lamp in the front room." The description was good. The town had taken the phrase already. The corner house with the lamp. "You're close," the old man said. "Come in for a moment, warm yourself and I'll point you true." The man entered with the careful dignity of someone used to leaning on himself. His coat carried the smell of cold wool. A faint tremor made the cane click on the floorboards. The old man poured tea, tore a heel from the morning's loaf, and set both before his guest. They didn't talk much. Fog invites a different kind of conversation. Short, honest, free of performance. "Thank you," the man said after a few sips. "I am not good at asking." "Neither am I," the old man answered, "so we can forgive each other quickly. They shared a brief smile that emptied its pockets of defensiveness and walked away. When the visitor's hands had warmed around the cup, they stepped to the door and looked out together. The lamp made a soft aureole just beyond the sill. "Listen for the church clock," the old man said. "When it strikes, go 3 houses after the echo. You'll see a blanket folded on a railing. They've been airing it all afternoon. That will be your sister's." The man nodded, grateful for directions that trusted the senses more than the map. He buttoned his coat, steadied his cane, and added, "Your light. Someone must have told you to put it there." "My wife," he said. "She tended lamps." The man tipped his hat, a gesture from a time when gestures still carried vows. Then he stepped into the fog and was gathered by it gently, like a page turned without hurry. The house felt larger after he left, as if kindness had pushed out the walls just a little. The old man returned the lamp to the center of the sill. Its reflection doubled in the window, a small eternity of gold inside the grey. He took up his pencil and opened the notebook. A lamp does not ask the fog to leave. It asks only for oil, a good wick, and the patience to burn steadily. He paused, listening to the quiet, and added, "Tonight I will be content to be small light for a short distance." He dated the page and laid the pencil down. The flame made the graphite look silver. From the church tower, the clock offered 8 measured notes, calm even, very sure of themselves, each strike a bead on a string. He pictured the visitor counting 3 houses after the echo, finding the blanket, hearing a familiar voice call his name from the doorway. He pictured the neighbor girl turning the corner by her grandmother's gate and smiling at the glow. He pictured the woman from the river, reading by borrowed scarf, the lamp's idea warming her shoulders. He lowered the wick just a breath. The flame gentled, grew round and held. He watched it for a long time. In its patient center he could see 1,000 evenings, past, present, and the ones God willing to come, each one with someone looking up to find the turn. When the fog began to thin near midnight, he lifted the lamp, carried it to the table, and placed a saucer over the chimney's mouth. The flame bowed and went to its rest. He set the lamp back on the sill unlit, still a promise, even asleep. Outside, the street returned in pieces, pavement, fence, the outline of the maple like a quiet hand drawn in charcoal. He stood by the window a moment longer. "Thank you," he whispered, "for nights that ask so little and give so much." Then he closed the curtains, leaving a narrow gap so the moon could visit if it wished. Sleep came, easily, soft, grateful, without argument. In the next room, the lamp cooled with tiny clicks, the wick saving its strength for tomorrow. And down the street, in a house warmed by a folded blanket and new belonging, someone told a sister about a window light that had found him in the fog. If this small lamp kept you company tonight, subscribe and return. Tomorrow we'll light it again for whoever needs the turn. The bench by the sea. By morning, the fog had lifted, leaving behind an air so clear it seemed newly polished. From his window, the old man could see the horizon drawn clean again, a fine silver line dividing sky from sea. It had been years since he'd visited the coast, though it lay only a few miles beyond the hills. That morning, something in him, part longing, part memory, asked quietly to go. He packed light. A wool cap, a small flask of tea, a biscuit wrapped in paper. He locked the cottage door not because he feared theft, but out of habit, a gesture of respect toward his belongings. Then he started walking, the road curving gently between meadows still damp from dawn. Every fence post wore a spiderweb jeweled with dew. Every sound carried a clarity that only comes after rain. As he climbed the ridge, the smell of salt began to arrive. first faint, then insistent. The rhythm of waves whispered in the distance like a memory, calling by name. When he reached the crest, the sea opened before him, calm and wide, a sheet of hammered light rolling to the world's end. He stopped for a long moment, not to admire, but to remember. It had been here that he and his wife had spent their first summer, a rented room above a shop that sold postcards and shells polished smooth by strangers' hands. They had walked this same ridge then, barefoot, laughing at the gull's boldness, the wind's mischief. Now he smiled at the thought how love, even in memory, keeps its warmth. He descended toward the beach path past a sign half buried in sand. A bench waited there, the same one as before. Its paint flaked, its planks worn but still steady, as if the sea itself refused to let it fall apart. He sat, setting the flask beside him, and let the salt air open his lungs. The horizon shimmered. A small fishing boat moved slowly across it, its wake folding into the light like a prayer whispered and answered in the same breath. He poured tea and held it close, letting its steam mingle with the sea's own breath. Every sense felt sharpened yet calm. Even the cries of the gulls seemed gentler now, like children calling across a playground too wide to run. On the far side of the rocks, two figures appeared, a boy and an older woman. She held a walking stick. He carried a kite bright as summer fruit. They struggled with the wind, laughing, the boy's voice clear as bells. He watched as they coaxed the kite upward, its tail fluttering wildly before catching the rhythm of the breeze. Soon it steadied, rising with quiet triumph. The old woman clapped her hands and he heard her say, "There now, let the wind do the work." The phrase made him smile. He whispered it to himself, "Let the wind do the work." He thought of the lamp in his window, how light too needs air to live, how faith is never about control, but about letting go enough to rise. The kite dipped and soared. He remembered how long ago his wife had once made one for a neighbour's child out of newspaper and string. They'd taken it to this same beach, and when it finally lifted into the wind, she'd laughed so freely that even the sea paused to listen. He could still hear that laughter, round, golden, endless. He didn't wish her back. That would have been unfair to heaven. But he wished she could see how the world still carried her kindness forward, how every breeze seemed to remember her joy. He stayed seated while the tide shifted lower, each retreat of water revealing new shells, small treasures left by patience. He thought of the people he had met lately, the woman by the river, the young couple with their soup, the lost man in the fog. All of them, like these shells, carried stories smoothed by time, each one made gentler by the tides of grace. He opened his notebook and wrote slowly, "Everything that returns to the sea loses its sharpness." Maybe that's why God calls us to forgiveness, to let the waves do what our hearts cannot. He looked at the words until they blurred, not from sorrow but from sunlight glinting off the page. Then he closed the book and simply listened. Minutes or maybe hours passed. The measure didn't matter. The sound of the tide became his breathing. He felt something loosen inside him, something that had held too tightly for too long. He exhaled and let it go, watching the wind carry it away invisibly, like a kite line slipping free from the hand that no longer needs to hold it. The boy and the woman had left. Only the kite remained, tangled in the grass near the dunes. He rose, walked over, and carefully untied its tail from a reed. It was simple, made of paper and sticks, yet it had known the sky. He folded it gently and propped it against the bench. If they returned, they would find it waiting. If not, the sea would claim it and make another story. He took one last look at the horizon. Clouds had begun to gather far out where the light bent. He whispered. She'd have called that the curtain of heaven, and smiled again. He turned toward home, but halfway up the hill he stopped and looked back once more. The bench was small now, a dot against the vastness, yet somehow it seemed to hold all the peace the world could need. He thought, maybe God made benches for moments like this, when sitting still is the truest prayer. By the time he reached the ridge, the sun had dipped behind thin mist, and the sea below glowed like a field of moving silver. He raised his cap slightly, a wordless farewell, and began the slow walk back through the quieting fields. Birdsong stitched the distance between his steps. He could already imagine the lamp waiting on his windowsill, the flame steady, patient, a reflection of this same sky now softening into night. When he reached his gate, he paused and breathed deeply, tasting the salt that had followed him home. Inside, he placed the folded kite on his table beside the notebook. He poured the last of the tea, cold but sweet, and whispered, "Thank you for seas that teach return, and for wind that lifts what we thought we'd lost." He blew out the lamp before bed, and for the first time in many years, he dreamed of flying, not far, not high, but just enough to feel carried. If this seaside story calmed your heart, subscribe and return tomorrow. There's always another breeze of grace waiting by the shore. The Quiet Visitor. It was near dusk when the knock came, soft, hesitant, the kind of sound that could almost be mistaken for wind against wood. The old man lifted his head from his notebook, where a half-finished sentence waited like a thought mid-prayer. For a moment he wondered if he had imagined it. Then came another tap, barely audible. He rose and went to the door. Outside the evening was grey-blue, the air cool with the scent of the sea still clinging to his coat from the morning's walk. On the step stood a young boy, maybe 10 or 11, his hair tousled, his hands buried deep in the pockets of a too large jacket. He looked uncertain but not afraid. Behind him, the lane was empty. "Evening," the old man said gently. "You've come a long way." The boy nodded. "From the corner house. My aunt said you're the man with the light in the window." "I am," the old man smiled. "Has it gone out?" The boy shook his head. "No, sir. She said to come if I needed quiet." The old man stepped aside. "Then you've come to the right place." The boy entered, eyes moving slowly over the room, the shelves of books, the brass lamp, the kettle resting on the stove. He removed his cap and stood awkwardly near the chair. "Would you like some tea?" the old man asked. "Please," the boy whispered. While water warmed, the old man set out 2 cups. He had a way of moving that made no noise at all, as though he didn't want to startle the silence they were both carrying. When the kettle sighed, he poured and handed the boy a cup half full, the way his wife used to serve children. Light enough not to burn, full enough to feel generous. The boy wrapped his fingers around it, watching the steam rise. It curled like smoke from a tiny chimney. They sat without speaking for a while. The only sound was the slow ticking of the wall clock and the distant roll of wind beyond the window. Finally, the boy said, "My mother used to come here sometimes. Not this house, but to the bench near the river." "I know that bench," the old man said. "She said it was where prayers could think before going up." He smiled at the phrasing. She wasn't wrong. The boy hesitated, then said, "She's gone now. My aunt says she's with God." The old man nodded. "Then she's somewhere light can reach her." The boy's voice shrank smaller. Does God still hear her if I talk to her? Yes, the old man said simply. He's a good translator. Something in the boy's shoulders eased. He sipped his tea carefully, eyes fixed on the flame in the lamp. I like the way it moves, he said. It's alive but not wild. That's how peace behaves, the old man replied. Do you miss your wife? The boy asked suddenly. Yes, he said, every day. But missing is another kind of remembering, and remembering keeps love employed. The boy nodded slowly as though trying the thought on for size. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. I drew something, he said, passing it across the table. It was a sketch of a small house with a glowing window and stars above it. You've drawn it well, the old man said. That looks just like my lamp. It's your lamp, the boy said, almost shy. Aunt said I could draw it. She said people see it from the hill at night. He smiled. Then it's doing its work. They talked a little more, of kites, of bread, of school that was mostly fine. Each topic drifted like a leaf on the current of quiet between them. At last the boy stood, slipping his cap back on. My aunt said I shouldn't stay long, he said. You can always come again, the old man replied. May I? Of course, bring your questions. I've got more silence than answers, but it's good silence. At the door, the boy hesitated. He looked up at the old man and said, When I grow up, I want to have a window like yours. Then start now, the old man said softly. Keep a small kindness burning wherever you are. The boy smiled. One of those rare smiles that happens only once before it changes you, and ran down the lane, his steps muffled by the first drifting fog. The old man stood for a while, watching until the small shape disappeared around the bend. He turned back to the table, to the drawing still lying there. He smoothed the paper and pinned it beside his notebook. A crooked house, a bright window, and stars. So simple, so exact. He poured himself a little more tea, now lukewarm but sweet. Outside, night gathered its calm wings. The lamp on the sill burned steady. He thought of all the people who had seen it by chance, the woman with the scarf, the lost man, the boy's aunt, and how each had taken from it what they most needed: direction, comfort, company. He wondered if that was what faith truly was. Not a grand vision, but a steady glow that stays put when everything else moves. He sat again and opened his notebook. On a clean page he wrote, Sometimes grace knocks softly. If you're too quick to call it coincidence, you might miss the visitor. He let the ink dry while the clock kept its kind tempo. Later, when he rose to check the window, he noticed a small stone on the sill. He didn't remember placing it there. It was smooth, warm from the lamp's heat. Tied to it with string was a tiny scrap of paper. In a child's careful hand it read, For when you need someone to knock. He smiled so deeply that even his wrinkles seemed to rest. He placed the stone on the table beside the drawing and whispered, Thank you for small messengers and for quiet doors that open. He turned down the wick, letting the lamp shrink to a calm ember. In its glow, the boy's drawing looked almost alive, as if the house were breathing in the night air. Outside, fog curled around the street again, but this time, the world felt larger, not lost. The silence that filled the cottage was not empty. It was the sound of presence, of something unseen sitting nearby, smiling. He whispered a final prayer, not for himself, but for every small visitor the night might carry, the lonely, the wandering, the quietly brave. Let them find light, he said, even if it's only this one. Then he closed his notebook, set the lamp's chimney back in place, and sat a while longer just to listen. to the hush between heartbeats, to the soft echo of a knock that might come again someday. If this quiet story touched you tonight, subscribe and return. The light in the window will always stay on for you. The letter from heaven morning came with a pearly stillness that made even the sparrows whisper. The old man woke early, not from alarm or habit, but because the day itself seemed to ask him gently to rise. He brewed tea and set 2 cups on the table, an old practice more greeting than superstition. Steam curled like thin ribbons of prayer. At the threshold lay a thin rectangle of cream-coloured paper, slid halfway under the door. No envelope, only a fold and a small pressed violet pinned to the corner with a stitch of blue thread. He stooped, picked it up, and held it the way you hold a sleeping bird. Carefully, with wonder. The paper was thick, soft under his fingers. It carried the faint scent of cedar and candle smoke, like an echo of his wife's hands. He did not rush to unfold it. He set it on the window table where light made a gentle square, and he poured tea into both cups. Outside, the maple lifted its leaves to the brightening sky. A cart rumbled once and was gone. The house waited with him, unafraid of silence. Only then did he loosen the blue thread. The letter opened with a grace that felt practiced, as if it had been folded more than once along its journey. "Beloved," it began, in a hand that was not quite anyone's and somehow everyone's. Plain, steady, the way truth writes when it isn't trying to impress. You have wondered whether your small lights matter. You have asked if bread given and doors held and scarves lent make any difference in a world that keeps forgetting its way. This is to tell you, they do. We count differently here. We measure by warmth. He breathed out, his chest easing as though a careful button had been undone. You think your prayers are unruly, wandering, unsure of their address. They arrive. Some are delivered to moments you will never see. Some return wearing different names. All are read. Love does not misplace the mail. He smiled at the line. He could almost hear his wife's amused breath behind it. You greet the day with 2 cups. Do not stop. The empty cup is not empty. It is an invitation, and invitations are a kind of faith. Some mornings the one who drinks will be you. Some mornings you will not be the only one at that table. He glanced at the 2nd cup. Steam climbed as if in quiet agreement. About sorrow, it is not a tax on joy. It is the shadow cast by love when love stands between us and the afternoon. Sit with it. It will teach you where the light is coming from. A small laugh escaped him, half tear, half relief. The clock on the wall offered its kind measured ticking as if to underline the sentence. You worry about forgetting. Be at peace. Heaven is not a place where memory is repaired. It is where memory is completed. What you have loved truly will greet you by its real name. He pressed his fingertips to the edge of the paper, steadying himself as one does on a rail when the train pulls in. The letter continued. Yesterday, a boy brought you a drawing. He is learning to build windows. You gave him silence and tea, and silence done kindly is a language the young rarely hear. Keep speaking it, we translate. He thought of the stone and its tiny note. For when you need someone to knock. He touched the pebble on the sill, warm from the morning light. You mended a shutter in a wind, shared bread that tasted like memory, and set a lamp where the turn is. All these are sermons no one will quote and everyone will remember. You do not need a pulpit when you have a table. He felt the table itself respond beneath his palm, old wood acknowledging the compliment. The tone shifted, gentler still. Do not hurry to the end of your days. The author is not rushed. There are paragraphs yet unwritten in the lives you keep company with. The woman by the river, the couple with their lamp, the lost man who counted houses after the echo. Sometimes your task is to hold the page while another finds her place. He breathed a prayer too small for words. You asked once if a letter could come from heaven. Not like this, of course. We do not use stamps, but we do use messengers. Robins, fog, bread, boys with drawings, priests with rolled sleeves, a reed pressed between pages, a violet tied with thread. We use whatever will pass unnoticed by pride. He looked again at the violet, its purple, faded but still. Brave, and remembered the pressed flower that had fallen from his Bible weeks ago. He considered the woman's unsignatured note pinned to his gate. Perhaps heaven preferred to borrow familiar handwriting. The last lines were short, like steps taken carefully across a stream. When you feel very small, say thank you. Small things carry my weight best. When you feel very tired, sit. Benches were invented for benedictions. When you feel very alone, light the window. I find my way by kindness. With you, where breath is always. No name, none needed. He folded the letter back along its easy seams and tied the blue thread loosely, as if it must be free to open again without struggle. He placed it inside the small notebook and closed both, not to hide them but to keep them near. Then he lifted the second cup and held it for a moment before drinking. A toast to presence, unobserved and everywhere. The kettle had cooled. He warmed it again, not out of necessity but as a simple act of welcome. While water thought about boiling, he wrote one line on a fresh page. I will measure my day by warmth. He laid the pencil down and listened. The town began its soft choreography. A broom on stone, a cart gate lifted, someone calling a name toward an upstairs room. He opened the door and set the pressed violet carefully into the thin seam of the doorframe where it would dry on its feet, a small watchman in purple. Later, he walked to the post office with a pocket full of folded papers, one for Anna, one for an old friend with a new address, and one that simply said, If this finds you, may your lamp find you too. At the community board, he tacked the last note beneath an advertisement for piano lessons. Mrs. Larkin raised an eyebrow at the violet in his lapel. New fashion? She teased. Only an old promise, freshly kept, he said. He returned by the river, where water rehearsed its eternal forgiving sentences. By the bench he paused. Someone had left a scarf there, the cedar-scented one he had given the woman. Tucked into its folded end was a scrap of paper, a single line in a careful hand. Passing it on, it remembers kindness. He touched the scarf as one might bless a pilgrim and left it where it lay, ready for the next cold pair of shoulders. At home, he set 2 plates for lunch, one holding a heel of yesterday's bread with a wedge of cheese, the other empty but waiting. He did not feel foolish. He felt accompanied. Through the afternoon, he mended the handle of the woven bag, tightened a loose chair leg, and polished the brass lamp until it caught the room and held it. He placed the lamp in the window early, though twilight was far off. Light is never impatient, but sometimes it appreciates a head start. Evening gathered with the soft authority of a hymn's last verse. He took the letter out once more and read it aloud, very quietly, as though teaching himself to hear. When he finished, he did not try to explain it. Some mercies cannot be audited, they can only be received. He turned down the wick, left the narrow gap in the curtain for the moon, and whispered toward the table with its twin cups. Thank you for post that travels by violet and wind. Teach me to keep counting by warmth. Sleep came as if it had been CC'd on the letter, prompt, kind, and sure of its delivery. If this letter left a small warmth with you, subscribe and return to Sam. Tomorrow we'll open the next page together. The watchmaker's hands. Market day arrived bright and windless, the kind of morning when awnings billow like modest sails and voices travel easily without the need to shout. The old man tied the woven bag at his side and stepped out, telling the lamp on the sill, out of habit more than necessity. Keep watch. The street smelled of oranges and paper, fresh bread and twine. A stall of tulips nodded in polite agreement with whatever the breeze was saying. He bought apples, chose them by weight and sound, and slipped a small wedge of cheese into his bag with a nod to the grocer. Past the jars of honey, the stall of buttons, and a boy selling postcards hand-painted with slightly crooked church towers, he noticed a shop door propped with a book. Above it hung a sign he'd not seen in years: horologist, repairs and restorations. Timekeeper, he thought, tasting the word the way one tastes an old hymn. He pushed the door. A bell chimed, not bright but round, the sound of patience. Inside, dust settled in beams of light like notes on a stave. Clocks of every size leaned on shelves, carriage clocks with polite throats, cuckoos hiding in their little rooms, a tall case clock breathing slowly in the corner. At the counter, a woman with silver hair and sleeves rolled to the elbow peered through a lens set in a brass ring. She looked up. "Good morning. You've brought a watch, I hope. Otherwise I'll have to mend time itself and I'm underqualified." He smiled. "Perhaps you can do both." From his pocket he slipped a small wristwatch, its leather strap cracked with love. "My wife's," he said. "It stopped the day after she died. I kept it that way for a while. Lately, I've wondered if it would be all right to let it go on." The watchmaker received it as one receives a sacrament. "Let's see," she murmured, easing open the case with a narrow blade. The tiny gears shone, a city of brass and discipline. "Nothing cruel," she said. "Just a spring that's grown tired from carrying so many afternoons." She laid the watch on a square of felt, then turned to a kettle on a single burner near the back wall. "Tea?" "Always," he answered. They drank in companionable hush while the clocks spoke to one another. A click from here, a clearing of a throat from there, the tall case clock offering a low, fatherly sigh every minute or so. "I learned this trade from my father," she said, setting her cup down where a ring of old conversation already lived. "He used to say a watch doesn't tell time, it agrees with it. It decides again and again to keep company with the hour." The old man nodded. "Like people, then." A child entered with a young mother, holding a pocket watch in two careful hands, the way one carries a robin with a bruised wing. "It was Grandad's," the boy said. "It still ticks, but sometimes it forgets." The watchmaker smiled. "We all do." She listened to it with her ear, eyes closed, then set it beside his wife's watch. "Wait with me," she said, and went to her bench. The bench itself looked like a history of attention. Little drawers labelled in a hand taught by discipline, jewels, mainsprings, hands, screws that think they're lost. She lifted a loop to her eye and bent over the old man's watch. Tweezers whispered, oil as fine as forgiveness gleamed on the tip of a brush. He stood quietly, learning the rhythm of her work. Breathe, touch, pause. Breathe, touch, pause. On the wall, a narrow shelf held a row of stopped watches. Above them a card read, "For those we're not ready to start yet." He felt the kindness of that shelf go all the way through him. Some things need a little more listening before you wind them. The watchmaker glanced up. "Tell me about her," she said, not as an instruction, but as an offering. He did not give a biography. He gave small scenes, which are the truest kind, the way she hummed while baking, how she tied a bright scarf to a lamp to lead a lost boy through fog, how she refused to cut the first slice from a new loaf, choosing instead to break it with her hands so the crust would sing. While he spoke, the watchmaker's fingers moved like prayer, precise, merciful, practiced in putting small worlds back in order. At last she straightened, wound the crown gently, and listened. A tick sounded, tentative, then sure, like a heart deciding again to be brave. She smiled. There, time hasn't ended. It only stepped outside for air. He swallowed. The sound felt neither betrayal nor surrender. It felt like consent, the watch agreeing to keep company with the hour once more. The boy's pocket watch was next. It wants a little courage, the watchmaker said, tightening a screw that had loosened in its old age. There, she told the boy. When it forgets again, give it a soft tap and say, I'm still here. It will prefer to believe you. The boy grinned, astonished by the idea that machines might be coaxed by tenderness. He and his mother left with thank yous folded into their smiles. The old man remained. He ran a thumb across the glass of his wife's watch, now beating quietly under its own sky. How much? He asked, reaching for his purse. The watchmaker shook her head. Pay me by keeping something else in rhythm. Like what? She considered. The kettle, the window lamp, the bench where you sit by the river. Whichever you tend today, tend it on her time for a while. He accepted this unusual invoice gratefully. Then I'll set the lamp early tonight. People turn sooner when light waits for them. He looked around the shop, at all the little lives keeping time with each other. It struck him that the room was full of humility. Nothing large, nothing loud, everything exact and patient. He said, Your work is a mercy. She shrugged, wiping her hands with a linen square already marked with tiny stars of oil. It is mostly listening, she said. Time tells you what it wants if you're quiet enough. On his way out, he noticed a small bowl by the door with a handwritten label. Take a second. Inside lay a handful of brass second-hand salvage from broken dials glittering like reeds at sunset. He chose one, the thinnest with a small circle near its tip, and slipped it into his wallet. For when words prove clumsy, he thought, I'll give someone a second. The market had grown brighter. A busker tuned a guitar, pigeons negotiated treaties beneath the breadstall. He paused near the tulips and adjusted his wife's watch to the church tower's steady bell. The second hand, hers had one fine as a hair, moved confidently over the 12. He felt something in him answer, not weeping, not rejoicing, only standing up straighter inside. He took the path by the river for the long walk home. Water kept its peaceful sentences, practicing forgiveness on stones that didn't know they needed it. A scarf lay folded on the bench, the cedar-scented one, now with a different note tucked beneath it. For the next traveller, all warmth is on loan. He smiled, touched the fringe, and moved on. At the cottage, he set the watch on the table and wound the lamp's wick until it wore its evening size. He placed 2 cups again, one for himself, one as invitation, and laid the brass second hand beside the sugar bowl, a thin promise gleaming in the light. The room settled around the rhythm of small things. Tick, flame, breath, steam. He wrote on a clean page, Today I learned that keeping time is mostly keeping company. Some hours need a hand to hold while they cross the street. He dated it, then traced the numbers on the watch face with a fingertip. Noon would come again. So would fog. Kites would rise and forget their strings, and then remember. Letters would arrive by violet and return by kindness. He did not need to accelerate the world. He needed only to agree with it, tick by honest tick. Evening gathered gently at the window. He carried the lamp to the sill and set it there as one sets bread in the centre of a table. He listened for the tower bell and, at the first strike, lifted his cup. "To time kept kindly," he said. "To hands that mend, to hours that forgive us for living them imperfectly." Somewhere down the lane a child laughed, exactly on the third chime, as if the clock had remembered. A joke. He laughed too, a soft echo in a small house made wide by gratitude. If this quiet hour kept you company, subscribe and return. Tomorrow we'll keep time together again, gently, one small mercy at a time. The candle in the rain. It began as a whisper of drizzle against the roof, the kind that makes you believe it might stop any minute. But by late afternoon, the rain had gathered its courage. It came steady now, rhythmic as breath, soft but unrelenting. The old man stood at the window, watching the lane dissolve into silver threads. His wife's watch ticked faithfully on the table beside the lamp, marking a tempo older than weather. He had always liked rain, though he'd never been able to explain why, perhaps because it asked nothing of him, only that he listen. The garden below blurred into a watercolour of greens and greys. The roses bowed under the weight of the water but did not break. He thought of them as old souls, those who know that bending is its own kind of strength. When the clock struck 4, he lit the candle on the windowsill. The lamp, too, was glowing, but he liked the small defiance of a real flame, its tremor, its will to remain. He whispered almost playfully, "Let's see which of us holds longer, you or the storm." Outside, a figure appeared through the veil of rain, a woman in a long coat, umbrella turned useless by the wind. She was walking slowly, one hand shielding her face. Instinctively, he opened the door before he had time to think why. "Come in before you catch cold," he called, his voice half lost in the rain's applause. She hesitated, then stepped into the doorway, dripping like a rescued sparrow. "Thank you," she said, breathless. "I was trying to reach the inn, but I must have taken the wrong turn." "The inn is 3 turns back," he said gently, taking her coat. "You'd better wait until the rain decides it's had its say." She smiled, shaking water from her hair. "I don't want to trouble you." "Trouble doesn't mind visitors," he replied. "Sit by the lamp." She moved toward the chair near the fire. Her hands trembled slightly as she reached them out to the warmth. He poured her tea, the steady ritual that had by now become almost sacramental, and handed it across. The candle's flame quivered between them, reflecting in her eyes like a steady promise. "I used to come by this way as a girl," she said after a while. "My father would stop the carriage by the river bend. He said the house with the light was where prayers went to rest before they rose." He chuckled softly. "Seems I've inherited a reputation I never auditioned for." "Maybe not," she said, smiling. "But you've kept the light burning all the same." Rain thickened against the window, a choir without words. For a while they simply listened. She traced her finger along the rim of the teacup. "I buried my mother last month," she said, finally, her voice calm but hollow. "She used to light a candle every evening, no matter the weather. I tried to do the same tonight, but the wind took it before I even struck the match." He looked at the small candle still holding bravely in the draught. "Perhaps it's not about which flame lives," he said softly, "but which one teaches us to stay." She smiled faintly. "That sounds like something my mother would have said." He shrugged. "Mothers and rain have much in common. They both return quietly when we need them." A long pause, the kind that makes silence a comfort rather than a void. Then she said, I was angry at God for taking her. Still am, sometimes. He nodded. I was angry too once. I shouted at him in this very room. I thought he'd gone deaf, but maybe he just listens differently. Maybe he waits until our anger has burned off enough to hear our own hearts again. Her eyes softened. And did you hear yours? He smiled, glancing toward the candle. Eventually, it sounded a lot like hers. The storm deepened, rattling the shutters. He rose and closed them partway, leaving one gap for the light to be seen outside. Someone may be lost out there, he said. Best keep the window honest. She watched him with a look that was both grateful and tired. You make kindness look effortless. He shook his head. It's mostly habit. I just keep setting the table and God keeps sending the guests. She laughed quietly, the kind of laugh that has salt in it. After a while, she reached into her coat pocket and pulled out a small brass locket. It was shaped like a heart, dulled by years. This was my mother's, she said. It stopped closing properly. I thought maybe the hinge was rusted. He examined it under the lamplight, then fetched a tiny screwdriver from a drawer. There, he said after a moment. Just needed to be listened to gently. He handed it back. She opened it easily this time. Inside was a small portrait, a young woman smiling as though light were an old friend. She always said heaven was near, the guest whispered. I never quite believed her. Look around, he said quietly. Where do you think all this mercy comes from? The tea, the shelter, the warmth in the middle of rain. For a moment, neither spoke. The candle's flame fluttered, then steadied again. A small sermon preached without words. I'll never forget this kindness, she said at last. He smiled. Then it's done its job. When the rain finally thinned to a whisper, she stood and put on her coat. He walked her to the door, holding the umbrella upright this time. At the threshold, she turned back. If you ever need someone to relight your candle, she said softly, you know where to find me? He nodded. But I suspect it will be you who needs the light first. That's how these things work. The one warmed always becomes the next. Keep her. She smiled through the fading drizzle. Then I'll keep watch. He watched her disappear down the glistening road, her reflection weaving through puddles like a quiet hymn. Then he returned to the room. The candle's wick had shortened, its flame smaller now but still alive. He cupped his hands around it and whispered, You did well. He blew it out, not as an ending but as a benediction. Smoke curled upward, fragrant with wax and peace. On his desk, he wrote, There are candles that shine, others that wait to be borrowed. Grace moves between them like rain through soil, quietly, faithfully, unseen. He folded the note and set it beside the watch. Outside, the rain paused completely, leaving the world rinsed and brightened. He poured himself one last cup of tea and held it up toward the window's faint reflection. To those who light and to those who learn, he said. The last drip from the roof struck the stone with a sound like a gentle heartbeat. If this story gave you a small light tonight, subscribe and come back. Tomorrow we'll let another flame teach us how to stay. The Window of Mercy. For 2 days the rain had passed, leaving the air washed and new. The old man woke before sunrise, drawn by a brightness that felt different from the usual dawn. When he opened the shutters, the world seemed rinsed clean. Wet leaves glittered like coins, and a single beam of sunlight reached across the window pane, tracing gold on the sill. It was the kind of morning that whispered, Today, mercy begins early. He made tea and sat by the window, notebook unopened, content simply to watch. Children's laughter floated faintly from a distant yard. A dog barked once and then decided the world could proceed without commentary. Even the wind moved softly, as if not to disturb what God was still drying. From this window he had seen many things: storms and strangers, fog and forgiveness. But that morning what caught his attention wasn't what was outside, but the glass itself. The pane was speckled with faint marks left by rain and time, streaks, fingerprints, the faint scratch of a moth's wing. He lifted a cloth and began to polish it, slow and careful, the way one might tend a memory. As he worked, he noticed how the light changed. Every circle he cleared sent another beam scattering across the room, until the walls shimmered with reflections like gentle angels at play. He smiled, remembering a line his wife once said while cleaning that same window years ago. "You can't keep mercy out, only delay its entrance with dust." He hadn't understood it then, but this morning it made perfect sense. By mid-morning, the world outside was fully awake. The lane glistened, and from the hill he could see the church steeple gleam like a lifted prayer. He thought about walking there later, but for now the house itself felt like a chapel. Every creak and sigh of the floorboards was a hymn in its own dialect. He was rinsing his cup when he heard a soft knock at the back door. An unusual sound, for few came that way. When he opened it, a young woman stood there, breathless, clutching a folded bundle wrapped in canvas. Her coat was dusted with flour, her cheeks pink from the morning air. "Excuse me," she said. "Are you the man with the window that stays lit at night?" He smiled. "Some evenings, yes. Other nights the light keeps me lit." She laughed gently and held out the bundle. "I brought something for you. A thank you, though we've never met." He unwrapped it to find a small loaf of bread, round and still warm, smelling faintly of honey. "I bake for the inn," she said, "and last week a traveller came in from the storm. She said you'd given her tea, a candle, and something she couldn't quite name. She called it rest." The old man felt the warmth travel from the bread to his hands, to his heart. "I remember her," he said. "She left more light than she took." The young woman smiled. "Then maybe that's how mercy travels. One kindness catching the next like a spark." He motioned for her to come in, but she shook her head. "I can't stay long. The oven waits for no one." Still, she glanced past him at the window, where sunlight now spilled like gold silk. "It's beautiful," she said, "the way it shines on everything the same without asking who deserves it." He nodded. "Mercy is terrible at keeping lists." She grinned as though she might borrow that line later for her own quiet sermon. He walked her to the gate, carrying the bread wrapped again in the canvas. "Take the cloth," she insisted. "It's old, but it's clean." "I'll return it," he promised. "No need," she said. "Just pass it on when someone else brings light to your door." Then she hurried down the path, her steps already dissolving into the hum of day. Back inside, he placed the loaf on the table beside the candle stub from the storm. He tore a small piece and tasted it, sweet, tender, almost musical. He thought of all the hands that had brought it to him. The woman in the rain, the baker, the mother who'd once lit candles without fail. Each had been a window of mercy in her own way, and now somehow their light had reached his small house. He sat by the clean glass again, looking through it as though the sky itself had opened its diary. Across the lane he saw an old man struggling with a cart of firewood, each step a conversation with gravity. Without thinking, he rose, took his coat, and crossed the road. Together they lifted the load onto the porch, wordless in their rhythm. When they finished, the neighbour, Mr. Harrow, who seldom spoke, nodded once and said, "Your lamp's been helping me aim my steps lately." The old man smiled. "Then I suppose I'll keep polishing the glass." Back home he felt the urge to write, not because there was anything grand to record, but because gratitude needed a place to sit. On a fresh page he wrote, "Mercy is not a flood, but a tide. It leaves room for footprints, then returns to wash them gently." He set down the pen and leaned back. Sunlight shifted through the clear window, falling directly on the notebook, illuminating the ink as if blessing it. He whispered, "Thank you," not to the page, but to the giver behind every unseen kindness. As the day softened into evening, he placed the loaf, half eaten, on a wooden board and set it by the sill. Crumbs fell like little offerings. A sparrow hopped onto the ledge, bold as grace, and pecked quietly at the bread. The old man laughed, watching how even the smallest life knew where mercy was served. He did not close the curtains that night. Instead, he left the lamp glowing beside the spotless glass, so that anyone wandering the lane could see both the light and their own reflection. He liked the thought that mercy worked best when it shone both ways, lighting the road for travellers and reminding the keeper that he was not forgotten either. Before sleep, he wrote one more line, as though sealing the day in prayer. "Clean the window, keep the lamp, the rest is God's handwriting." Then he blew out the candle and watched the last curl of smoke drift upward, a tiny stairway vanishing into the dark. If this story brightened your heart, subscribe and return. Tomorrow we'll open another window together where mercy waits in the light. The bell and the bird. The morning began with a blue so clear it felt freshly laundered. From the hill, the church bell tried a single note, just one, as if clearing its throat, then waited. The old man stood at his window and listened to the silence that followed, which somehow sounded even fuller than the tone itself. He liked these rehearsals the bell made before the hour. It reminded him that even faithful things warm up. He brewed tea and set 2 cups as usual. Steam stacked itself in small ladders toward the ceiling, then vanished into the quiet. On the sill, the lamp rested, chimney polished, wick trimmed, a sentinel at ease. The clean window gave the world back to itself. Garden, lane, the baker's door already ajar, the distant steeple like a lifted finger blessing the day. A faint thud against the pane made him turn. Something small slid down the glass and dropped into the rosemary bush below. He set the kettle aside and went out. There, among the fragrant needles, lay a little bird, brown and barely a handful, chest heaving with effort. Its wing trembled at an angle that spoke of poor judgment and a stubborn window. "Easy now," he said softly, kneeling. He slipped his hands beneath it, the way you receive Holy Communion, open, expectant, careful. The bird's eye, bright with fear, fixed on him, then softened, as if recognizing a surrender it could afford. He carried it inside and folded a soft tea towel into a makeshift nest. On the table, the church bell tried again, 2 notes this time, then rested. He smiled. "Come, little one," he murmured to the bird. "The day is practicing for us." He warmed a spoon with water, touched a drop to the bird's beak, and watched it flicker to life just enough to swallow. The tiny chest slowed from panic to a survivable rhythm. He lay a single strand of cotton across the bent wing to keep it close to the body, not tight, just a suggestion. "Even pain prefers good manners," he said aloud, the way he always did when alone, so his words would remember their shape. On the mantel stood a small tin marked salve. He dabbed the faintest trace where feather met skin, the scent of herbs lifting like a hymn whispered by old hands. All the while he kept stillness in the room. No clatter, no sudden movement. Only the dependable tick of his wife's watch and the long breath of the house. At the quarter hour the bell spoke 4 notes, patient and even. Between each tone he heard the birds answering breath as if the two had agreed on a conversation. He remembered a line he had written once and forgotten. Hope is a metronome set by mercy. He felt it now in the small, insistent life beneath his fingertips. When the bird had settled, he placed the towel nest by the window where sunlight pooled like warm tea. Beyond the glass, the town stretched into its tasks. Baskets carried, shutters opened, bread ferried on cooling boards balanced like crowns. He thought of all the weights people bore, visible and not, and how sometimes the world set them down for you without being asked. Today, the weight he was asked to shoulder weighed almost nothing and meant everything. A light tapping came at the door. The neighbour girl appeared with a jar of clear honey carried in both hands. "Grandma says the bees worked bravely," she announced. Then she saw the towel and gasped. "Is it? Oh!" He held up his palm gently. A small friend who forgot glass is not sky. She tiptoed closer, eyes wide with the solemn joy children keep ready for animals and angels. "Can I watch? If you can be quiet enough for its breathing." She nodded, and together they kept company with the little rise and fall. "Do bells make things better?" she whispered after a time. "They make time honest," he replied. "And honest time is where healing knows how to arrive." She considered this and smiled as if discovering a secret path between 2 familiar gardens. The bell gave the half hour in 6 careful strokes. He broke a crumb of bread to soften in warm water, placed the morsel near the beak, and waited. The bird took it, 1, then 2, then, emboldened by success, a 3rd. The neighbour girl clapped once, soundlessly, palms stopping just before they met. Reverence learning its own etiquette. When the girl left, he walked to the church with the bird in its towel cradle, the way a pilgrim carries a candle cupped against wind. The sky wore thin clouds now, sheep grazing in air. At the churchyard gate he paused. He didn't plan to enter, only to borrow the bell's closeness. The sexton, a tidy man with tidy eyebrows, was lowering the rope after an adjustment. "Morning," he said, taking in the scene with a glance. "Wing misread window," the old man explained. "Ah," the sexton nodded, as though this clarified life. "The bell will be kind about it." He tugged gently and the great bronze mouth spoke once, low and agreeable, a sound that came out as tone and re-entered the body as calm. They rested on a bench by the yew hedge. Bird tucked in, towel snug. The old man closed his eyes and let the bell's memory keep humming in him. He thought of prayers that came not as sentences but as sound, breath, heartbeat, the rub of feather on cloth, the soft thrum beneath skin that says, "I am still here." He had learned to trust those more than his cleverest words. A boy passed on a bicycle, hat askew, calling good morning. The old man raised 2 fingers in greeting. The bird kept sleeping. Somewhere behind the nave, a door closed with a sound like a book finishing a chapter. He felt the day open a new page. By late morning he brought the bird home. On the table he set a shallow saucer, its rim chipped, perfect for small drinkers. He moved the lamp a little so the sunlight could own the sill. He wrote in his notebook, "The bell calls and the bird answers, God writes in echo." He shut the book, not to hide the line but to keep it warm. Outside, the violinist found his corner and drew a phrase so tender the air blushed. He opened the window an inch. Music entered like a well-behaved guest and sat by the towel without fuss. The bird stirred, lifted its head, and considered the day as if reading a postcard sent by sky to ground. At noon, the bell gave 12 slow kisses to the town. On the 7th, the bird stood. On the 8th, it shook itself, careful but sure. On the 9th, it tested the wing against the woven cradle. On the 10th, a little flutter. On the 11th, a longer one. On the 12th, it hopped onto the sill and looked out at the tree with an expression that could only be called gratitude. "Not yet," the old man said, laying a finger near the wing. "We will start with the room." He closed the window and let the bird bounce from chair to chair. 1, 2, 3, like a hymn learning its verses, each landing more confident than the last. At last it settled on the back of the chair by the lamp and raised its beak as if naming the flame. "Companions," he whispered. 2 small fires agreeing with the day. He made a sandwich, thin cheese, thin apple, bread remembering yesterday. He ate half, crumbled the rest, and offered a fragment. The bird accepted with the seriousness of a sacrament, then preened a little, rearranging the day's ruffled hope. Afternoon eased in, a hand on the shoulder. The neighbor girl returned with her grandmother's knitting needles clicking like kind rain. They sat together in a circle of ordinary blessing, lamp, bird, tea, knitting, and the occasional admonishment to time to keep its gentle pace. When the clock shaped 4, the bell obliged from the hill. The bird's head tilted toward the window, ready. He lifted the sash. Cool air stepped in, carrying the scent of flower from the inn, river from the bend, and distance from the horizon. He reached out a steady finger. The bird hopped on, the tiny claws light as punctuation. "Go when you're ready," he said, "and if you forget, the bell will remind you." It waited a breath longer. An amen held past its period, then lifted. Once around the room in a modest circle, as if testing memories, and then to the open square of sky. It hesitated at the threshold, beat its once stubborn wing, and passed through the invisible without a sound. They watched it climb to the maple, then higher, then vanish into the honest blue. No flourish, no performance, only the quiet rightness of a thing returning to itself. The old man left the window open. Some part of him stayed there for a time, eyes at the height of leaves, heart at the height of bells. He set the towel aside, folded with thanks, and cleaned the saucer as though washing a chalice. On the fresh page he wrote, "Some rescues are loud and leap from headlines. Some arrive between bell strokes on the breath of a bird. Both are miracles. One is the size we can carry home." Evening approached on unhurried feet. He placed the lamp in the window earlier than usual, letting its small circle blossom against the glass. Across the lane, the violinist packed his case and someone laughed in the way that makes a room feel larger than its walls. From the hill, the bell called 6 times, then rested. Work well begun, not finished. He poured 2 cups, as he always did. "Here's to the bell that keeps time kind," he said softly, lifting one, "and to the bird that taught a house to breathe." Night gathered, and with it a thanks too deep for sentences. He blew out the candle, left the lamp steady, and stood a long moment in the hush, listening for the next echo, ready to be the answer he could be. If this quiet story gave you a calm wing beat tonight, subscribe and return. Tomorrow will let another small mercy find its echo. The Garden of Names morning drifted in on the back of a light breeze, carrying the faintest smell of mint and damp soil. The old man stepped into the small yard behind his cottage with a basket on his arm, the one his wife used to call the hopeful one. He paused on the stoop, listening. The bees were awake, and somewhere a robin had found a melody worth repeating. The world felt newly washed, not by rain but by rest. His garden was simple, a rectangle bordered by river stones, 2 raised beds made from old boards, and a narrow path of worn bricks. That remembered every footstep. Along the fence, peas had begun their quiet climb. Near the window, rosemary made a small hedge of steadfast green. In the far corner stood the bench he'd mended twice, a sturdy place that knew how to keep a secret. He knelt and pressed his palm to the soil. It gave gently like a good listener. With a finger he traced the tiny furrows he'd made last week, where seeds now dreamed. He did not hurry them. He only said good morning and meant it. From his pocket he drew a small envelope labelled in his wife's patient hand, Marigold, for pathways and pockets. He smiled and shook a few seeds into his palm. They never learn to be shy, she had once said. They love any place you let them keep watch. He scattered them along the path, little suns on the dark ground, then readied the watering can. Before he poured, he did something he had started only recently. He named the row. From a small bundle of wooden tags, he chose one, wrote a name with a blunt pencil, and pressed it into the earth at the edge. Anna, it read, not to claim the seeds, but to remember a face. He had begun this habit after the letter that had found him by Violet, naming not to possess but to bless. The gate latch clicked softly. He looked up to see Mr. Harrow, the neighbour with the firewood, standing awkwardly with a paper bag in his hands. Brought some onion sets, Mr. Harrow said, as if confessing a small mischief. Found them at the market behind the apples. The old man waved him in. Then we'll hide them behind the carrots. They like conspiracies. A ghost of a smile crossed the neighbour's face. They worked in companionable quiet, tucking the small bulbs into neat lines, covering them with a blanket of earth. When they finished, the neighbour wiped his hands on his trousers and glanced at the wooden tags. You name them? I name the rows, the old man said. Sometimes a person I've met, sometimes someone I'm waiting to meet. The neighbour squinted at Anna and nodded slowly. Never thought of onions as a prayer, he said. They do most of the weeping for us, the old man replied. A small pair of footsteps pattered beyond the fence. The neighbour girl peered in, braids crooked, carrying a chipped saucer with 2 seedlings cradled in damp paper. Grandma said these are forget-me-nots, she announced. She said they belong in this yard. Then the gate is already open, he said. She stepped inside with care, as if entering a chapel. May I plant one for my mother? She asked. Yes, he said softly. And I'll plant the other for whoever most needs remembering. They chose a spot near the bench. The girl dug with the seriousness of ceremony, then patted the soil around the small leaves. From the bundle of tags, the old man chose 2 and held them out. She wrote with the careful gravity of someone inscribing a promise. Mama. He wrote on the other, Traveller. They pressed both into the ground side by side. Plants like good company, he said. So do names. Around mid-morning, the baker's daughter came to the fence, flour dusting her sleeves like a blessing. I brought you a paper bag of coffee grounds, she said, and a few eggshells. Dad says the soil needs stories. It does, he said, taking the bag like a gift from the altar. They were cracked with good laughter, she added, half proud, half shy. He scattered the grounds around the roses, their scent joining the chorus of rosemary and damp wood. The garden now smelled like a conversation between breakfast and memory. He set a small clay pot on the windowsill and filled it with fresh earth. From an envelope labelled lavender, patience with a scent, he shook a pinch of seeds, then paused. What name? He thought of the boy who brought the drawing of the house with the lamp and of the stone tied with the note. For when you need someone to knock. On the tag he wrote only, the knock. It felt right, not a person, but a moment worthy of tending. When the tasks were done and the sun found its comfortable mid-morning height, he poured tea into the small enamel mug he kept outside and sat on the bench. The garden breathed around him, bees at their patient labour, a wren correcting the robin's tune, leaves conferring in modest applause. He noticed how every tag leaned slightly in the same direction, like heads bowed at the same prayer. He sipped and waited. Nothing was required. That was one of the garden's best sermons. It gave without asking for applause. A shadow fell across the path. The woman from the river stood at the gate, scarfless now, her shoulders carrying fewer winters. I brought a start from my windowsill, she said, lifting a little crate with a single geranium trimmed into courage. The plant was my mother's. It keeps dropping petals and then forgiving itself. That's what geraniums do, he said, opening the gate. I thought perhaps it should learn a new view. They planted it near the marigolds, a bright punctuation by the bend in the path. When the tag came, she wrote a name no one else would read the same way. Lightkeeper. She touched the soil once the way one touches a forehead in blessing, then let her hand fall to her side, relieved. As noon approached, the church bell gave 12 deep notes, each landing softly among the leaves. On the 10th, a small wind arrived, sweet with the smell of the river. On the 11th, a cloud crossed the sun and left everything bluer. On the 12th, a sparrow hopped onto the fence and then, recognizing perhaps the room where it had once recovered, flew on without ceremony. He smiled. Gardens remember what houses remember. He took up his pencil and notebook, the pages warm from his pocket, and wrote, I used to pray by names on a page. Today I pray by names in soil. Both send their roots where I cannot see. He closed the book and set it beside him on the bench like a quiet friend. The neighbor girl had wandered off and returned with 3 small stones. These are for the tags, she said, so the wind remembers which way to be gentle. They placed a stone at each sign. Anna, Mama, Traveller, the knock, Lightkeeper. He added 1 more tag by the rosemary and wrote a word that made his hand tremble and steady again. Wife. The rosemary released a richer scent, as if it had been called by its true name. Afternoon softened. He thinned the carrots, apologizing to the seedlings he removed, and tucking them into another row, unwilling to waste what wanted to live. Mr. Harrow returned with a coil of twine and repaired a sagging section of fence. Didn't want the peas to feel abandoned, he said, surprised by his own tenderness. He left, without fanfare, as if he had simply straightened a picture in a hallway he passed through every day. When the light turned the colour of bread crust, he set a small bowl of water on the path for passing cats and slower birds. He resisted the urge to finish, to make the garden look done. It was part of the day's lesson. Living things prefer invitations to deadlines. He wiped his hands on the canvas cloth the baker had left earlier and folded it neatly on the bench. From the windowsill, the lamp watched with its usual patience. He stood at the gate and looked back once before going in. The tags caught the low sun and glowed faintly. The marigold seeds made their silent vows beneath the surface. The geranium held its red with a courage that made no speeches. It all felt held by something larger, like a prayer carried by ground. Inside, he carried the basket to the table, 3 onions by permission, a handful of peas too impatient to wait for tomorrow, and a sprig of rosemary for the pot. He set an empty plate beside his own without thinking. He did not mind if it remained empty. Some plates are set for the sake of our hearts, not our guests. After supper, he returned to the garden with the lamp. He set it on the bench and turned the wick until it wore its evening brightness. Present, not proud. From the doorway, he watched light comb through leaves and lay itself along the path where names rested in their new homes. A moth found the glass, tapped it once, and was satisfied. Before closing the door, he whispered, "Grow gently, not to hurry the seeds, but to bless their pace." Then he wrote one last line for the day. "Mercy knows our names. When I forget, the garden remembers." He left the window curtain open a hand's width so the lamp could keep company with the night, and he carried the scent of rosemary to bed, the way one carries a psalm. If this small garden gave you a quiet breath, subscribe and return. Tomorrow we'll walk the path again, where names bloom into kindness. The bridge at evening. The day had been generous, blue sky, mild wind, and enough sunlight to make even old roofs shine like new coins. By late afternoon, the warmth softened, stretching its last rays across the cobbled lanes. The old man locked his door, slipped the watch into his pocket, and set out toward the river with his walking stick. He liked the way evening made everything equal. Merchant and beggar, sparrow and star, each wrapped in the same slow gold. The bridge stood a half-mile away, a modest arc of stone built before anyone could remember. No carriages passed there now. It was a place for walkers, thinkers, and those who needed to meet themselves halfway. From its middle span, you could see the steeple's reflection in the water, and, if you waited long enough, the first lanterns of the town winked to life one by one. He reached the bridge just as the bell gave 5. The sound drifted like warm smoke across the valley. He leaned on the stone rail, watching the river slide beneath, brown and silver, calm in some places, hurried in others, much like a human life. Across the current, reeds swayed in rhythm, bowing as though in shared prayer. He took a deep breath and whispered, "Evening, Lord, we meet again in the quiet parts." A fisherman stood near the far end, line cast into the slowest water. They nodded at each other without words. Not all prayers need language. The man remembered how his wife used to join him here on summer nights, her skirt brushing the stones, her laughter carrying farther than she knew. She had said once, "Bridges are God's way of reminding us that even separation has its limits." He had laughed then, but tonight the words felt like truth folded neatly into memory. He sat on the low stone ledge and took out his notebook. The page held the faint scent of the garden, earth and rosemary and ink. He wrote slowly. The river doesn't argue with its banks. It lets them guide the way. Faith is learning to flow without fighting the edges. He paused, letting the sentence breathe. Downstream, 2 boys skipped stones, their laughter jumping across the water like a game of tag. One of the stones hit just right, touching the surface 4, maybe 5 times before sinking. The sound, tap, 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 hush, felt like punctuation from heaven. Footsteps approached. When he looked up, he saw the baker's daughter crossing the bridge, her apron dusted with the day's flour, a loaf wrapped in paper under her arm. "Evening," she called, her voice soft as bread still cooling. "Evening," he replied. "Carrying tomorrow already?" She smiled. "Always. Bread and hope don't keep overnight unless shared." She offered the loaf, warm even through the paper. "For you," she said. Dad said you helped mend his oven door last winter. He never forgot. He accepted it with both hands. Your father's oven has more faith than most people. She laughed, then leaned on the rail beside him. They watched the water move. After a while, she said quietly, "When I was little, my mother told me the river keeps the secrets of those who walk the bridge. Do you think that's true?" He nodded. It remembers what we forget to carry. What about the things we wish we could forget? She asked. Ah, he said, smiling at the ripples. Those it smooths until they no longer have corners. The wind rose gently, turning the surface into silver scales. The church bell called 6 times from the hill, each note slower, deeper, the kind that fills the chest rather than the ears. The girl straightened. I should go. The evening loaves need glazing. Then go, he said, but leave a crumb for the river. It feeds more than fish. She tore a piece from the loaf and dropped it into the current. May it find whoever's hungry, she said softly. Spoken like a baker of mercy, he replied. When she was gone, the bridge returned to its stillness. The light thinned to a quiet gold, then to a blue that carried its own calm music. He stayed, listening to the small sounds that make the world whole, the slap of water against stone, the flutter of wings under the arch, the faint hum of lanterns beginning to glow along the bank. A man with a cart passed, whistling an old hymn slightly off-key. The tune made him smile. It was the one his wife had hummed while hanging laundry in the wind. He thought again of her words. Even separation has its limits. He wondered if heaven was perhaps less a place and more a bridge, one that never ends, only narrows into light. He closed his eyes and felt her presence not beside him, but through him, like a familiar fragrance caught in a forgotten scarf. He whispered, You've crossed first, that's all. I'll follow when the water's right. When he opened his eyes, a small boy stood near the far end of the bridge, clutching something shiny. The boy looked unsure, turning the object in his hand. The old man waved him closer. What have you got there? A bell, the boy said, holding up a small silver one, the kind tied to a sleigh or a shop door. It fell off my mother's bicycle. The man took it carefully, wiped the smudge from its side and gave it a soft shake. It rang once, bright, pure, unhurried. There, he said. Still sings. The boy grinned. She says the sound keeps bad luck away. Then may it guard your road home. He handed it back and the boy ran off, laughter trailing behind like ribbon in wind. As dusk settled, the first stars blinked awake over the steeple. The fisherman reeled in his line, nodding a quiet goodnight. The river took the shape of sky, mirroring every light it was given. The old man sat a moment longer, breaking the loaf in half. He ate one piece and set the other on the rail beside him, a small gesture to say, You are welcome here, whoever you are. He wrote another line in his book. The bridge doesn't end. It hands you back to yourself, gentler. When the 7th chime of the bell rolled down the hill, he rose and began the walk home. The path was pale with moonlight now, each step a whisper. In his pocket the watch ticked softly, matching the rhythm of the river's pulse. He touched it through the cloth, grateful for time that moved and mercy that waited. At the cottage door he paused. Across the lane, the lamp still glowed in the window, steadfast as ever. He smiled. The bridge did its work, he murmured. It always does. He set the half-loaf on the sill for anyone or anything that might pass hungry in the night. Then he whispered toward the dark. Bless the crossings and the returnings, Lord. Both are holy. Inside, he poured tea, added a drop of honey, and sat by the quiet lamp. The river's sound reached faintly through the open window, a lullaby written by distance. He lifted the cup and said, "To bridges, stone, spirit, and time." The watch ticked on, faithful and unhurried. If this story helped you cross a calm place tonight, subscribe and return. Tomorrow we'll walk another bridge together, where faith keeps time with mercy. The Keeper of the Light. The next morning arrived pale and silent, the kind of dawn that seems to have forgotten its colour. Mist clung to the river like a shawl. The world moved slower than usual, as if still half asleep. The old man rose quietly, careful not to disturb the peace that had settled overnight. He set water to boil, trimmed the wick of the lamp, and whispered to no one in particular, "We keep the light, even when the sun forgets to." The lamp had burned low through the night, its glass faintly smudged from hours of faithful work. He cleaned it with a soft cloth, the way one might tend to an elder's hands, slowly, reverently. When he finished, he turned up the wick and watched the small flame bloom into steadiness. It always astonished him how little oil it needed to survive. Grace, he thought, is economical that way. He carried the lamp to the window and placed it where it had always belonged. Outside, the fog pressed against the glass, turning the garden into a watercolour of grey and green. The marigolds were only shapes now, their brightness muted, their faith unshaken. He smiled. "You've learned the secret," he said softly. "Colour doesn't disappear, it only waits." From somewhere down the lane came the faint creak of a cartwheel, the soft rhythm of hooves on damp stone. He recognised the sound. It was the delivery boy from the inn, bringing the morning bread. The boy waved as he passed, the kind of wave that belongs more to habit than greeting. The man raised his cup in reply, and for a moment the fog seemed to thin, as if to make room for their brief exchange of warmth. He settled into his chair and opened his notebook. The page from yesterday still carried the words he'd written on the bridge. "The bridge doesn't end, it hands you back to yourself, gentler." He touched the line with his fingertip, letting its meaning settle again in him. The bell from the hill struck 8, its tone wrapped in cotton by the fog. He liked the way the sound carried farther when the world was soft. It was as though mercy needed quiet air to travel. He began to write again. To keep a light is not to chase away the dark. It is to tell the dark, gently, that it has somewhere to rest. He paused, smiling at the thought. The lamp flickered as though agreeing. By mid-morning, a knock came at the door. When he opened it, a man in a long coat stood there, soaked from the waist down, hat dripping into his collar. "Beg pardon," the stranger said. "I was hoping to find the road to the lighthouse. Seems I've lost the way." "You're closer than you think," the old man said, motioning him inside. He fetched a towel and gestured toward the chair by the fire. "You can dry off before the fog swallows you again." The stranger smiled with tired gratitude. "I was sent to repair the lamp at the tower. They said it hasn't been lit in 2 weeks. Mechanisms rusted, or so I heard." The old man poured him tea. A light that long in silence must feel lonely. The stranger nodded. "Funny thing, I've never thought of a light as lonely before." "Then you haven't kept one long enough," the old man said gently. They talked while steam curled between them. The stranger spoke of the coast, the smell of salt, the hum of waves like a living heart. The old man listened, smiling at the rhythm of it. When they finished their cups, he wrapped the remaining loaf from yesterday in cloth. "For the road," he said. "The fog can be hungry." The stranger took it with a small bow. "You speak as if light were alive." "It is," the old man said. It's just waiting for hands to remind it. When the door closed, he stood for a moment, looking out at the white distance. He imagined the lighthouse rising from the cliffs, its great lens clouded, its wick longing for a spark. He thought of the lamp on his sill, glowing steadily despite the morning's grey. Then on impulse he took a lantern from the wall, filled it with oil, and began the slow walk toward the coast. The path wound through meadows still heavy with mist. Dew soaked his boots, and the world smelled of wet stone and patience. Birds called invisibly from the fog, their notes like small prayers sent without address. After some time he saw the faint outline of the tower ahead, tall, tired, dignified. The repairman was already there, climbing the spiral stairs with tools in hand. The old man followed at a slower pace, each step echoing in the hollow shaft. At the top, the air was cool and smelled faintly of salt and rust. The great lens stood still, waiting. "Can you make it work again?" the old man asked. "I think so," the other replied, tightening a screw, testing the gears. The mechanism groaned once, then yielded. When the wick caught the first spark, a small flame appeared, frail, uncertain. The old man lifted his lantern, its light joining the new one, as though giving it courage. Together they burned, two hearts meeting in fog. Slowly, the great lamp brightened. The beam turned once, cutting through the mist like a blade of gold. Outside, the sea answered with a shimmer that reached even the distant horizon. The repairman stepped back, smiling. There, alive again. The old man nodded. "Welcome home, Light." They stood together a moment in silence, listening to the steady hum of the lantern's breath. It was a music both had heard before, though neither could say where. Finally, the repairman said, "It feels good to set something shining again." "Yes," the old man replied, "and it never belongs to us, does it? We're just the keepers." He left before noon, carrying his now empty lantern back through the meadows. By the time he reached the lane, the fog had lifted, replaced by sunlight sharp enough to make the world look washed and new. The lamp on his windowsill still glowed. It had not faltered in his absence. He smiled, grateful for its quiet faithfulness. Inside, he sat down and wrote one line more. "We are not owners of light, only its witnesses. It passes through us the way mercy passes through mourning." He closed the notebook, not with finality but with peace. The kettle hummed again. He poured 2 cups, placed one by the lamp, and watched the steam rise and vanish like incense from a small altar. When evening returned, he lit the candle beside the window. The world outside was clear now, the river like glass, the bridge gleaming under the moon's borrowed silver. From far away he could see the faint sweep of the lighthouse beam turning through the night, once, twice, endlessly. He raised his cup toward it. "To all who keep the light," he said softly, "and to the darkness that makes it visible." He let the words hang in the air, half prayer, half gratitude. The lamp glowed steady, the house breathed easy. Outside, the beam kept turning, faithful, tireless, true. If this story brought you calm tonight, subscribe and return. Tomorrow we'll visit the light again, where mercy meets the sea. The light that looked back. Evening arrived on soft souls. The day had given more than it asked. The lighthouse was mended. The town wore a patient glow. Even the river seemed to breathe with longer lungs. The old man left the curtains open a hand's width, set the lamp on the sill, and laid his wife's watch beside it. He did not say much. The room knew how to understand without explanations. On the table sat a small drift of the day's detritus that did not feel like clutter. The brass second hand he'd taken from the bowl marked, "Take a second," a violet pressed so long ago it had become the memory of a colour, the boy's stone with its string and note. For when you need someone to knock. He touched each object lightly, as one touches the shoulders of friends at the door. Outside, night arranged itself over rooftops. The faint sweep of the lighthouse beam, far off, faithful, cut a pale path through the dark and moved on, patient as a heartbeat. He lifted his cup toward that turning light, the way one greets a companion on the opposite shore. Steam rose and vanished, leaving a sweetness behind. He had meant to write, but the pencil rested in his hand without hurrying him. A moth found the chimney of the lamp and tapped it once, decided it had learned what it came for, and left. He smiled. Even small creatures graduate from their questions. Somewhere down the lane, a door closed with the sound of a book finishing a page. Then silence, thick but friendly, settled across the cottage. It was the kind of silence that doesn't remove sound. It reveals it. He could hear the flame breathing in the lamp, the watch agreeing with the hour and his own chest keeping time with both. He folded the canvas cloth the baker had left days before and placed it beneath the lamp as if setting a cushion for a guest. He adjusted the lamp's wick, not brighter, not dimmer, simply true. That was when it happened. So ordinary he almost missed it. In the clean pane of glass, the lamp's reflection aligned with his own face, and for a moment he could not tell which was flame and which was witness. He did not startle. He only allowed the thought to arrive. Perhaps the point was never that I keep the light. Perhaps the point is that the light keeps me. The recognition did not burst. It unfolded. It came with the hush of bread cooling on a board, the relief of a hinge that finally closes without complaint. He felt it move through him without argument, like warm water over cold hands. He did not need to repeat it out loud. The room had heard. Memories appeared, not in a parade but in quiet pairs. His wife tying a scarf to the lamp for a lost child. A woman saved by tea and a candle in the rain. A small bird learning its wing by the bell's slow count. Names written in garden soil. Anna, traveller, lightkeeper, wife. The bridge that handed him back to himself, gentler. The lighthouse answering fog with a turning syllable of gold. All of them one story told many ways. Light moving, people consenting to be moved. He sat very still. Tears came without drama, as dew does, arriving because there had been a night. He let them stand where they wished. Grief and gratitude were no longer two rooms. They were one room with a wide door. He thought of all the days he had kept the window honest, the lamp faithful, the tea welcome, the silence clean. He had believed that these small obediences were his offering to heaven. Tonight, he understood something quieter. They were heaven's offering to him. He had been kept, held in a pattern of unremarkable mercies until the edges of loneliness wore smooth. The watch ticked on. He turned it over and saw a faint scratch on the back he had never noticed, a line his wife had once made, carrying firewood too eagerly. He ran his thumb across it. The mark felt like a signature. "Thank you," he whispered, not to the watch, not even to memory, but to the presence that had made both bearable. The bell on the hill spared the town an hour with a single low note. It did not count, it blessed. He rose, carried the lamp to the table and set a second cup, then a third, one for himself, one for any traveller who might knock, one for the one who never needs a chair and always takes a seat. He smiled at the arrangement. Hospitality had never asked him to be clever. It asked him to be ready. He opened the door for a moment. Cool air entered like a polite guest. From the garden came the scent of rosemary, deeper at night, as if memory perfumes itself for evening services. He looked at the tags glinting faintly under the moon. Names sleep like children, he thought. Light enough to wake when called. On his way back to the table, he paused by the shelf that held his notebook. He turned to a clean page and wrote carefully, the way one writes a name on a gift. I am not the keeper of the light. I am kept by the light. This has always been true. Tonight, I learned to agree. He laid the pencil down. The sentence felt complete without closing. He left the page open so it could breathe. A knock sounded then. Nothing urgent, just the sound of someone trying not to ask too much. He smiled at the stone on the sill with its string and note. Right on time, he said, and opened the door. It was no one he recognized, and yet he recognized him. A man with road on his coat and distance in his eyes, the kind of face towns remember by how it softens when warmth finds it. Forgive me, the traveller began. I saw your light. You're forgiven already, the old man said, stepping aside. Come sit where the steam knows your name. They didn't speak much while the first cup did its work. The traveller's shoulders released the language of weight. The lamp kept its even tone. When words arrived, they were unhurried. A lost address, a too quiet room, a letter unsent because it felt too heavy to carry by paper alone. The old man listened with the kind of listening that makes no petition for applause. At last the traveller said, I don't know why I came. The old man looked at the lamp's reflection, the place where flame and face had met, and answered, Sometimes we come because we're being gathered, not because we're being brave. The traveller nodded, a single tear finding its own road without embarrassment. They sat a while longer, unfixing nothing and refusing to hurry. When the cup was empty and the silence satisfied, the traveller stood. Thank you, he said, for the light. The old man shook his head softly. It's not mine, I just agree with it. He wrapped a heel of bread in the canvas cloth and pressed it into the traveller's hands. For the stretch between here and where mercy meets you again. After the door closed, the room felt fuller, not emptier. He returned to the table and lifted his cup toward the window. He did not pray for strength. Strength was already present, sitting quietly in the chair he had set for it. He prayed 3 small prayers instead, for the traveller's road, for the town's sleep, and for his own heart to remain a window. He turned down the wick a fraction and watched the flame answer with a smaller, steadier yes. Outside, the lighthouse made its slow revolution, writing a patient circle on the dark. He could feel it in the bone beneath his wrist where the watch rested, in the air above the cup, in the seam between grief and gratitude. He could feel the truth he had written, moving through the house like a gentle draught. Kept, kept, kept. Before sleep, he opened the garden door and let the night see his face. Do your work, he whispered to the stars, and I will do mine. He did not name the work. Both sides knew what it was. He left the lamp on the sill as always, but tonight the small circle of light seemed to look back and bless him. He received the blessing the way one receives a shawl placed across tired shoulders, without argument, with thanks. Then, like a book that knows how to close itself, the day folded quietly. If this quiet recognition kept you company, subscribe and return. Tomorrow will follow the light again, where being kept becomes our gentle strength. The morning after mercy. The morning broke without ceremony. No choir of birds, no sudden burst of colour, only a pale forgiving light that filled the house like breath returning after a long night of prayer. The fog had gone back to the river. The garden glistened, wet but alive. Every leaf wore a small jewel of dew, as though heaven had whispered each name again during the dark. The old man rose before the bell. Sleep had come and gone like a guest who cleaned the kitchen before leaving. He lit the lamp one last time, not because he needed it, but because gratitude liked to stretch its legs. The flame answered softly, steady as a heart that had learned its pace. He poured water over tea leaves, the scent of rosemary drifting through the steam. It mixed with the morning air, turning the room into a kind of chapel where everything could be forgiven without being asked. He whispered, "Good morning, Lord," and added after a pause, "And thank you for the night that held instead of harmed." He took his cup to the door and stepped into the garden. The air was cool enough to remind him he was alive, warm enough to promise he would stay that way for a while yet. He stood among the rows, marigolds, lavender, peas and names, each alive in its own rhythm. The small wooden tags had darkened with dew, their pencil marks softened by kindness. He crouched near one and brushed the moisture away. The word lightkeeper appeared again, clear and faithful. He smiled. "Still on duty, I see." From beyond the hedge came the neighbour girl's voice, bright as a silver spoon. "Mister, there's a rainbow." He turned, and there it was, arching gently above the river, faint but certain. It wasn't a loud rainbow, not one that made you stop breathing. It was quiet, like a promise whispered rather than proclaimed. He raised his cup toward it. "For remembering what we forget," he said softly. The girl ran along the fence, her braids bouncing. "Grandma says rainbows are God's handwriting." "She's right," he replied, "and every time he writes the same thing. I remember you." The girl nodded with the solemn agreement only children can manage, then dashed away, leaving laughter behind like a trail of light. He turned back to the garden. Tiny sprouts had appeared where he'd planted yesterday, slender, hesitant, full of yes. He touched one gently, the way you touch hope before it knows its name. "Welcome," he murmured. "You've made it through the dark. That's no small thing." A pair of robins were at the far corner, tugging politely at the same worm. Neither seemed angry. They were simply learning compromise. He chuckled. Even breakfast can be holy if shared. He went inside for a crust of bread and scattered crumbs along the path. The robins hopped closer, heads cocked, grateful without boasting. On the windowsill the lamp glowed faintly, though its wick was low. The light of morning had outgrown it, yet it remained lit, not competing, only continuing. He thought of the line he had written the night before. "I am kept by the light." The words still felt warm, like stones carried in a pocket. He sat on the bench near the rosemary and took up his notebook. He wrote slowly, letting the page catch the voice of his thoughts. "Last night I learned that mercy does not arrive. It remains. We only grow quiet enough to notice it again." He closed the book, not because he was finished, but because silence deserved its turn. The sun moved higher, brushing the tops of the marigolds with pale gold. The garden hummed the old tune of life, bees rehearsing, leaves turning pages of wind. A shadow appeared at the gate. It was the fisherman from the bridge, holding a small bundle wrapped in paper. "Morning," the man said, shy as dawn. "Morning," the old man answered. "Did the river treat you kindly?" "It did," the fisherman smiled. "Brought you something it sent back." He handed over the bundle, a silver fish, still glistening with river memory. The old man looked at it as one looks at a miracle in casual clothes. "Then I'll cook it and share the story," he said. The fisherman nodded. "The story's the better meal." He tipped his hat and went on his way. The old man watched him disappear into sunlight, then carried the fish to the kitchen. He placed it in a pan with olive oil and thyme, the sizzle rising like applause from the stove. As the scent filled the air, he set 2 plates on the table again, one for himself, one for whoever mercy might send next. He never stopped doing that. Some habits were prayers pretending to be routines. He ate slowly, tasting salt and patience. Between bites, he looked at the window, where the lamp still burned low, its flame steady against the brightness. He imagined his wife smiling at it, approving the stubborn little wick that refused to quit simply because the sun had taken over. "Faith," she had once said, "is keeping a candle lit while waiting for morning and then leaving it lit anyway." He laughed quietly. "You were right, as usual." After washing the dishes, he opened the door to let the smell of breakfast wander out into the day. The air answered with a breeze carrying the scent of river and distance. Somewhere, the lighthouse beam turned invisible in daylight, but he could feel it moving still, turning, faithful, unseen but not gone. He found comfort in that. The idea that not everything true must be visible. The neighbour, Mr. Harrow, appeared with a coil of rope slung over his shoulder. "Fence posts come loose," he said, half apologetic. "I was headed there myself," the old man replied. Together they worked in quiet rhythm, tightening the post, packing soil around it. When they finished, Mr. Harrow looked up and squinted at the sky. "Seems clearer today," he said. "It is," the old man answered. "But that's not the sky's doing, it's ours." The neighbour smiled, puzzled but content, and went back down the lane. The afternoon drifted in with no urgency. He sat on the bench again, notebook open but untouched. The world around him had learned to whisper instead of shout. He watched the shadow of the fence shorten, then lengthen again. Time was not moving away from him. It was circling nearer in kindness. When evening came, the rainbow had faded, but its warmth lingered in the air, invisible and persistent. He lit the lamp once more, not to push back darkness, but to greet it as an equal. The flame rose easily, its colour deeper than before. He lifted the watch, wound it gently, and said, "We're on time, you and I." He took his seat by the window, tea in hand, garden in sight, and the quiet knowledge that mercy had not visited. It had stayed. He whispered, "Thank you for the keeping," and let the words dissolve into light. The lamp answered with its own small sermon. No flash, no tremor, just a calm, steady yes. If this morning brought you peace, subscribe and return. Tomorrow we'll watch mercy linger through twilight, where endings and beginnings share the same light. When the river remembered. By the time the 7th morning came, the world seemed to have remembered how to breathe. The wind no longer hurried. Even the church bell on the hill sounded unburdened, ringing not to announce but to affirm. The old man stepped outside with his lamp, unlit now but still part of his morning habit, and walked slowly toward the river. The path was familiar, yet each step felt newly invited, as if the earth itself had said, "Come, I've been waiting." The grass along the way glittered with dew, and the small stones underfoot were cool and round like held prayers. The river lay ahead, still carrying the soft smell of night, moss, water, and something like forgiveness. He stopped on the bridge, leaned against the rail, and watched. The water moved with its usual grace, quiet on the surface, full of work beneath. "Still faithful," he murmured. "You've never stopped singing, even when we forgot the tune." From the bank he could see the fisherman again, his line easy in the current. They waved, sharing the kind of friendship that needs no biography. The old man took out the small notebook, the one that had followed him through seasons of sorrow and light. The pages had grown soft from his hands, each line written in ink that sometimes trembled but never lied. He turned to the last blank page and waited for it to tell him what to do. The river did the talking. It murmured in patterns that almost made sense, like an ancient language he half remembered. The rhythm matched the pulse in his wrist, and suddenly he realized the river and the blood in his veins were keeping the same time. He smiled at the thought. Perhaps we were never separate, he said aloud. A bird answered from the willows, and he took that as agreement. He began to write, slowly. The river remembers the ones who walked beside it, the hands that blessed its water, the faces it reflected and the hearts it carried home. It forgets no kindness, loses no prayer. It simply keeps moving until it finds the sea of all beginnings. He stopped there, knowing some sentences finished themselves in silence. He closed the book and held it against his chest. The pages were warm, as if something inside had said yes. Downstream, the light caught the surface just right, and for a brief, impossible moment, he saw it. Every reflection, bridge, trees, sky, gathered into one brightness, and within it the faintest shape of faces he knew by heart. His wife's smile, the woman from the river, the child with the cracked saucer, even the boy with the bell that kept bad luck away. All of them there, made of shimmer and memory, waving not farewell but thank you. He did not reach out. He knew better than to disturb such a mercy. Instead, he bowed his head and said, I remember you too. The image dissolved gently, the way sunlight erases frost, leaving behind only warmth. He breathed it in, deeply, like someone finishing a long hymn. Behind him, footsteps approached. The baker's daughter again, carrying a paper-wrapped loaf, still fragrant with morning. You're early today, she said, setting it on the rail. Couldn't sleep, he replied. The river had something to tell me. She smiled. Does it talk often? Only when you've learned to listen without needing to reply. She nodded, thoughtful. Then maybe that's why I still can't hear it. You will, he said gently. You already have. You just call it by another name. Patience. They shared the loaf there on the bridge, tearing it into uneven halves. She ate quietly, watching the ripples, while he crumbled a piece into the water. For the ones who went before, he said, and for the fish, she added. He laughed softly. Heaven loves a practical heart. When she left, the sun had climbed high enough to scatter the mist. The world took color again, but without effort. It simply remembered itself. The old man stayed a while longer, watching how the light moved across the current. Every few seconds it caught on something invisible and shimmered like a secret shared between heaven and earth. He thought of the lamp back home, now resting in daylight, its glass clear and waiting. He imagined it breathing along with the light here, flame or no flame, it made no difference. Faith didn't depend on the wick, it depended on the will to keep tending. He whispered, We are all small lamps, held in larger hands. The bell on the hill began its noon tolling, each note reaching him with the weight of calm truth. The sound carried over the river, through the reeds, across the roofs, into every open window. It was less a command than an embrace. He let it move through him, feeling it anchor deep, like a heartbeat that belonged to everyone at once. He turned back toward home, the road shining faintly underfoot. The path seemed shorter than before, or perhaps time had learned to walk beside him instead of ahead. When he reached the cottage, the garden was alive with quiet work. Bees humming hymns, petals opening as if to applaud the morning. The wooden tags gleamed with dew again, their names legible and loyal. He bent to one and said, "You've all grown well. Thank you for keeping watch." He poured the leftover tea into the soil, a small libation for the unseen roots, and carried the notebook to the table. He did not open it this time. Some words are meant to rest once they have spoken. Instead, he set it beside the lamp and the watch, forming a simple trinity of time, light, and witness. None owned the others. All depended on the same quiet grace. He sat for a long while, letting the stillness arrange itself around him. In the faint sound of wind against the shutters, he could almost hear the rhythm of the river repeating his own line back to him. It forgets no kindness, loses no prayer. The phrase became a lullaby the world hummed under its breath. As the afternoon leaned into gold, he took one last look toward the water. From this distance, it looked like a long silver ribbon tying everything together. House, hill, horizon. He smiled. "You've kept your promise," he said, and perhaps the river nodded. The light on its surface seemed to bow. He knew now that all the keeping, the lamp, the garden, the words, had never been about guarding against loss. It had been about learning to stay open, even when the world closed its eyes. And in that openness, he had found what he'd been seeking all along. Not an answer, but an agreement with life itself. When evening arrived, he would light the lamp again, not to drive away the dark, but to greet it, knowing the river, the garden, the bridge, and the hearts he had loved were all part of the same great remembering. He turned the handle of the door, paused, and whispered, "Rest well, river. I'll see you in the reflection." The lamp waited patiently inside, and the house, for once, seemed to smile. If this river carried you somewhere gentle, subscribe and return. Tomorrow we'll walk its final bend, where peace and light flow into forever. The city of light. The evening came without hurry, folding the hills in a tender blue. The day had done its work well. Even the river seemed content, its current slow and satisfied. In the cottage by the bend, the old man sat by the window, lamp beside him, watch ticking like a heartbeat that had learned grace. He did not plan to write tonight. He only meant to listen to the house, to the quiet, and to God moving through both. The world outside had turned gold at the edges. The garden shimmered under the last light, rosemary glowing faintly, marigolds bowing as if in prayer. From the church on the hill came the final bell, long and low, a sound that knew how to bless without needing words. He closed his eyes and breathed it in. There was no sadness left in him, only a wide stillness that felt like being held. He thought of every name planted in the soil: Anna, lightkeeper, traveller, wife. He thought of the boy with the bell, the woman by the river, the fisherman, the baker's daughter, the neighbour with rough hands and a careful heart. All of them had become part of his prayer, threads in a single invisible cloth. Even the nights that had frightened him now glowed softly, like lamps seen from far across the water. He reached for his notebook one last time, though he wasn't sure there was anything left to say. The pages fluttered as if the air itself wanted to read along. He smiled, dipped his pen, and wrote slowly. "There is no distance between here and heaven, only light we have not yet learned to see." He paused, then added below it, "Love does not end. It changes form and keeps walking." He set the pen down. The ink glistened, then dried, as though it had been waiting for that very sentence since the first page. Outside, a faint mist began to rise from the river, turning the path silver. The lighthouse beam appeared far off, sweeping in its calm rotation. Once, twice, again, faithful as a heartbeat older than time. He rose, took the lamp from the sill and stepped outside. The air was cool and clear. The stars were beginning to sing their quiet song. He walked through the garden slowly, touching each tag as he passed. "Thank you," he whispered to the names. "You kept me company." When he reached the gate, he turned toward the bridge. The same bridge where he had once met his own reflection and mistaken it for the light. Tonight it looked almost holy, a silver arc over dark water. He carried the lamp with both hands, its glow gentle but unafraid. Halfway across he stopped. The river moved beneath, calm and endless. He leaned on the rail and let the night wrap around him like an old kind coat. The air smelled of cedar and forgiveness. He thought, perhaps heaven begins wherever we stop trying to arrive. Then quietly he did something he had never done before. He lifted the lamp high and turned the wick down until only a small blue thread of flame remained. It trembled once, twice, then steadied. He whispered, "You've done well, little light. Rest now, the dawn knows your name." And with that he let the flame go out. The darkness did not rush in, it received him like an embrace. Above, the stars grew brighter, not as replacements, but as continuations. The river reflected them all, one by one, until the water looked like the floor of heaven. He stayed a long while on the bridge, listening to the pulse of everything that lived. When he finally turned toward home, he realized the path itself seemed to glow faintly. Not from the lamp, but from memory, from the mercy of all that had walked with him. Each step felt lighter, more certain. He no longer feared where it led. At the cottage, he set the lamp on the table, its glass still warm to the touch. He poured tea, just enough for one cup, and added honey with the slow grace of ritual. The steam curled upward, drawing invisible shapes, a hand, a heart, perhaps even a door opening. He smiled at the thought. "You've always been here," he said softly. "I just needed to notice." He carried the cup to the window. Outside, the garden swayed gently in the night breeze, and the river shimmered under starlight. Everything that had ever frightened him now looked beautiful, forgiven, necessary. He lifted the cup in quiet benediction. "For love," he said, "for light, for all the keepings that keep keeping." A faint sound came from the path, a knock, or maybe only the wind remembering. He didn't turn. He didn't need to. He knew somehow that every soul he had loved stood just beyond the threshold, smiling. He whispered, "We're home," and felt the peace of that truth settle through him like sunlight through clear water. No trumpet, no grand farewell, just the eternal hush of things finally right. On the table the watch ticked once more, then rested. Outside, the river carried its song to the sea, and far beyond the hill the lighthouse sent one last circle of gold across the night, steady as amen. If this long journey brought you peace, subscribe and stay. Each evening we'll meet again beneath the gentle light, where stories rest and souls remember. Love is not gone, it only shines elsewhere. Amen.